Hey, friends, clobberers. Welcome to a very special night for. I timed it. There we go.
There you go.
CLOBBY'S Clubhouse. Well done, number one. Good to see you all. Welcome, friends. Just it'll always be a Thursday nighter, probably, but just this week we had to switch things around a little bit of a big week, I guess. So I want to welcome you all here before we start saying some hellos, and even before we do show notes, let me say welcome to my wonderful first officer, the amazing R.M. Briggs. Commander, hello there.
Hello, handsome. I love
Great
your
to see you.
sweet face. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm excited.
It is great to see you. We love you. It is so much fun shall we have tonight, I know. And, of course, our great chief engineer, Marc D. with AC.
Hey, everyone.
Dude, what's up?
Oh, not much. Happy May the 4th, even though it should be May the 26th.
Oh,
Hey,
man,
that's
why did
enough
you
of
do
that. That's it.
Wow.
I was
Stop
going to
that.
get.
But
I
I've
was
immediately
gonna-
followed with it should be May the 26th. I mean,
It should be 25th, actually. I hate May the 4th. With you.
well, we used to say in church with, we'd joke it with the buddies. Like they'd say, peace be with you. And we'd answer like, and may the force be with you always, in
That's
church.
terrible.
It was a terrible.
Hope your
but
priest
yeah.
never heard you.
I went
do
to confession, yeah. So
Yeah. Well, I will rant about that in a little bit. So I for those of you, I'm sorry if you are into that sort of thing, the May the 4th crap, then I apologize in advance for what I'll be saying about it later. But anyway, before that, of course, little show note. The reason why I can't be on we can't be on tomorrow night, but we'll be back the following Thursday, of course, is I'll be over there. I'll be a guest on Comics Division's show to review the new film, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, sorry. And but then of course Friday night, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, I think. I keep forgetting the time I schedule stuff. For these, a CLOBBY'S Comics movie reviews special. On
yeah.
Friday nights, we do these sometimes. Hopefully the great Marc D with a C here will join me, along with the great J-Man.
Do you have a time yet for that, or just curious?
It's scheduled, but I keep forgetting what time it is. Okay, I'd have to go look at it.
I'll look. The answer. Yeah.
It's you. I'm pretty sure I did it for 7 p.m.
7 Central.
Central. But people will find it. I hope, if not, if they even care to see a review of this thing, and if they don't, I don't blame them. I don't care to review it, but I'm going to do it anyway. And it's all, by the way, J-Man, it is your fault that I'm reviewing this thing. Just so you'll know, dude. I'm blaming you. And that's just too bad if you don't like it. I'm just kidding. We love J-Man. Hopefully, I don't know if you see it right now, but hail to J-Man. So, well, let's say some hellos to our friends who are out there with us right now. It is great to see you out here tonight. The Comic Relief Crusader.
Dun, 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 dun.
I hope you're doing well, buddy. JT Kirk. All right, JT. Great friend of the show. It is good to see you, buddy. Phantom Outsider. Hey.
Phantom Outsider.
The outsider of phantomness, or whatever that means. The master of superness, by the way, Kal-El. What's up, Kal-El, buddy? Good to see you. And
Hello, Kal-El. The real soup. Sorry, I'm doing show prep. And
That's
I
all right.
should be shouting you all out. I love you all very much. Just doing some super skimming.
handle it. No problemo at all. We'll handle it. Dave G. Sound. Hello there. Avon lives indeed. That's right. And yes, Smegheads. It got a little Red Dwarf in there as well. I love both shows. Well done, Dave G. Sound. Good to see you. All right. Hungry-ish, but not hungry-esque. The great Hungry Boy. It's so good to see you here.
Hello. I love you.
It is fantastic. Let's see here. D-Bud Buddy. All right.
D-Bud. Hey, are you
Hey,
feeling
D-Bud.
better, honey?
I hope you're feeling well. I hope you're doing some recovering there, my friend. Let us know how you're doing. Oops, sorry. My chat's being... What the hell? Okay. Hey, Grifter. Good to see you there, Grifter. Thank you for being here. What the crap? Sorry. I'm having trouble with mine. Stupid StreamYards here. Jed, there's J-Man. Didn't see Moon Knight yet. Lucky you. Oh boy, we'll talk about that later. Athena Fowler, good to see you, Athena Fowler. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. Could not be reached for further comment. Hello, my friend. Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
Hello, one and all.
Decepticon. All right, buddy.
Hey, Sean's here. Sean.
What's up, man? The great master of all of this limerickness, Max Redstone. What's up, buddy?
Max.
We'll be talking a little bit of Trek tonight. Oh, man, the great Canadian wrench himself, Chris Persia. What's up, buddy?
Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm smooching your entire face. I missed you on Saturday.
Yes, indeed. It's always great to see you, buddy. Just Joe 47. What's up, Jobber? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, bro. Hang on. Yeah, you're right, Jay, man. It'll be fun. We'll make fun of. We'll have some fun with it. Low spec. Linux. Okay, is it Linux laptop? Thank you.
Oh my goodness, JT
Computer
Kirk.
stuff, yeah.
JT Kirk's asking me when I have another story coming out. I have a story that I have to write. I've completely written out the outline. I have it all ready to go, but I need to sit down and write. And I'm going to try and do that this weekend. My writing process is kind of weird as I go through the kind of attitude, the kind of mood, creating a whole brand new selection of characters. So I'm at work on it, and I love that that you are the gadfly. You're getting at me to get to work. I love you, JT Kirk. I will get to work. Get to work.
Well, Chris Persia, the answer is no. I did not catch a screener of it, but I do know way too much, and I'm not going to say anything else.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was watching Gary today.
Yeah, if you watch Gary today, you know everything now.
And I guess they probably said spoilers, and I walked back.
They did spoil. They did spoil.
Yeah, but I missed that part, and I walked in when they were announcing some things. I was like, you leave for.
We're not going to do that here tonight, though.
No, we won't. Yeah,
we're not going to do that here tonight.
But I heard some stuff I didn't want to hear.
Yes, but we're not even going to even go that far because people will start wondering. It'll get into.
Well, there's always spoilers in every movie.
Okay, but let's just say, for example, you go on and you say, "Hey, I saw the movie. Everyone, I'm not going to spoil anybody, but it really sucked." That still does something.
Yeah.
That still does something to people waiting to go see it. It kind of taints things sometimes.
It does.
The only thing I'll say is there's a mid-credit scene, so stay through the credits.
No, see, you're spoiling it. You're spoiling it. It's like, okay, you go to the pool. You go to the pool. You're taking the family to the pool. You're going to go for a nice swim. And just as you're about to go into the pool, somebody walks by you and says, somebody pooped in the pool. There's a little bit of stink, but the water is great. Do you go in the pool? Shame, double shame, Mark D with a C.
No, just staying through the credits is not.
But everybody here knows that. You're right. Yeah. Normies at the theaters do leave. Nobody who's listening. I guarantee you, not one person in this chat.
There's no one. Everyone here is abnormal.
Yeah, no one hanging around here with us tonight is unaware that you have to stay for the whole time for the credits if you care to see it.
Yeah. I'm like in the movie theater. Do I yell at people? I'm like, do I yell at people like morons? You're leaving. There's 2 more scenes. I've already seen the movie.
No, you do not help normies. Okay, you do not help normies. You know what normies do after that? They go in and they say that they own all the comics or that they read the book or, don't help normies.
Okay. No, but I know what you're saying, Mark. I'm just saying that's in movie theaters, not around here. And any one of our friends here, whether we like the same things or not, every one of them has probably been to a Marvel movie and knows that you have to stay till the end.
Yeah, that's true.
But you're right. But I'm not even going to talk about what I think of what I heard, because even if you do that,
you can't do that. You can't even
kind of prejudice things. I mean, maybe one thing if it's coming out in a couple of weeks, but it's coming out tomorrow. So hey, Captain James T. Skywalker, let people go. I mean, I almost felt, if I wasn't going to see it tomorrow, and if I really, really cared like I used to about MCU, I might have said, "Oh, I'm not going to listen to the spoiler thing. I'll go and be surprised." But when Gary and Chris gave their warnings and they said they were going to do that, I was like, who cares? I'll listen. And so, yes, it's spoilers, and I'm not going to say anything what I thought one way or the other. But they told, if you want to go back and listen to Gary's stream today, then be my guest. But it's there. So, anyway, Moon Knight, however, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. You haven't seen it?
Well, even my son was disappointed. He's even more kind than I am.
I'll spoil the crap out of that one. But before
I
we do
saw
that,
it. I stayed up. Remember, I was streaming last night, and we were streaming, and said, "I'm not
we were
gonna."
both up.
I'm like, I'm not gonna stay up. It's not worth. And then we kept talking. So I'm like, oh, it's 15 minutes to the show. Might as well stay up and watch.
I'm gonna wait on that though. I was teasing
Yeah.
it though that we will talk about that.
Yeah.
Because I have something that I want Raquel to cover first.
Oh, yes.
First officers first. And of course anything you have, Mark, after that if you want.
Yep. Got some good show and tell. Yep.
Oh, cool. All right. Yesterday, folks, the past couple of days, and again, I'm not going to get into talking too much about strange, screwed worlds because it's not real Star Trek.
You mean Strange New Lies?
Yeah, Strange New Lies. And I'm not really addressing directly addressing what started all of this. Simply suffice to say that, as some of you may know, that the filth of bad reboot, Secret Outhouse announced.
I love that you call it Secret Outhouse.
Secret Outhouse.
Do you know what I mean?
It's just a habit. They announced
the outhouse is already so putrid.
It is.
An outhouse is already putrid, but this one is so putrid. It has to remain a secret outhouse.
It's a secret. I'm sorry. Actually, when I write it on Twitter, I always say "suckret house." That's so. I'm changing it. It's not even. It's suckret. Everyone knows there's no secret. It's suckret outhouse. So bad reboot, suckret outhouse.
Yes.
So why even speak of it, Max? I can't win with people. They get mad at you for watching it, or if you do watch it, they get mad at you for not watching it.
No, it's not that. It's that Max Redstone is Team Rock. Like he's on my team.
I know.
He avoids all filth. He will not go near filth. And so you're going to hear him complain.
I understand that, but we couldn't talk about. We're talking about defending Gene Roddenberry here.
We are, and Max needs to give you a second to explain yourself because we have some explaining to do.
So what happened was, folks, is strange screwed worlds. If you're on Twitter and you do anything if you follow anything to do with Star Trek, chances are you're going to see filth announcements. And I do all the time, and I don't mix it up with Dreckies very often. Dreckies are ones. Look, here's what a Dreckie is this. A Dreckie is someone, not just that they like that crap. I mean, there are a lot of people that like stuff that have bad taste. I'm sure some nice people that like some of that crap. But this is someone's not a nice person. There's someone that tells you that you're a horrible monster and you're not a Trek fan if you hate that shit. And if you don't lap up any old glop that the corporate trough has slopped out to you like a good little sheep or a good little pig, a good little piggy, and you're not a good little sheep to the filth, then they don't like you and they trash you. So I raised some of their ire yesterday. Basically, 2 days in a row. That's right. I got blocked by 2 days in a row by two different ones. So a gentleman goes on after the announcement is made that the character of Captain Robert April in this show that these idiots like to claim as canon all the time that isn't. Captain Robert April has been cast by a black gentleman. And I'm not getting into any of that type of stuff. We have to name that so we'll know the story. We have to tell you what's going on. So a few people started tweeting about it, and of course, nobody really complained, even if they didn't agree with it, because most people know now just to shut up because it's not real Trek anyway. And but the character is white. It is look. There are plenty of characters that have been race swapped, and that's just another one, and that's fine. I mean, do what they want. That's not real Trek anyway. However, a gentleman comes on to Twitter to this gentleman must be in his 70s or 80s at this point, to virtue signal about how wonderful a person he is by stating, "Hello there, Ezra. Good to see you,
Ezra. Welcome."
This gentleman by the name of Norman Bronson, I believe.
Fred Bronson.
Fred Bronson, sorry. Sorry, it's Fred. I didn't mean to disrespect him. I forgot his name. Fred Bronson, who apparently worked on the Filmation that helped. He scripted the episode The Counterclock Incident, the very last episode of Star Trek, the animated series. In that episode, you may know, the character of Robert April and his wife, in fact, do appear in the episode. Of course, it is stated he is the previous captain to Pike, the first captain of the Constitution class version of the Enterprise. Blah blah blah. You all know that. And so the gentleman, it's been one thing if he said I wrote that episode, but he came on and said, in a virtue signaling stunt, he came onto Twitter and said, I think this is a wonderful thing, and I'm the guy who created the character of Robert April. Well, I couldn't let that stand. It's not true. If he wrote that episode, fine. If he contributed something to the character by writing that episode, fine. But he didn't create the character. And Gene Roddenberry did.
Yes.
And of course, I got it. One of the first salvos was from an idiot. When I may have been a bit brusque when I addressed the gentleman. I said something like, "I'm sorry, sir, but that's incorrect," and I put it in caps. But I didn't call him names or anything like they do. I just said the character was actually created by Gene Roddenberry. Initially, he did use that name in a Have Gun Will Travel episode. Then later, when he created the first pilot of Star Trek, and Raquel's going to get into that, he used the name Robert April. So he created the character. There's not even any question about it.
What?
In my mind.
Yes, that Gene Roddenberry created the character.
That's exactly. Yes. It's not even a question that Gene Roddenberry created the character. But I was not rude to the gentleman. I just said that to him. Basically pointed that out. Yes, I was a little brisk because I said incorrect in big letters because he was incorrect.
I responded with Maury Povich, a gif of Maury Povich that just said, "You are not the father."
Good. Well,
and then, of course, you know that I retweeted and I provided some receipts. And did you notice nobody retweeted my receipts?
No. They just attacked me and called me a trigger right winger.
That's right.
Now, again, I said nothing about politics ever, and any of that's true. But I got all the first knee-jerk reaction. Now, to the gentleman's credit, he didn't attack anyone. He just defended his position, I thought, rather weakly, but he did. He didn't, call people names. But one other dickhead got on there and called me, a trigger right winger.
Language.
Now, what? Are you
I'm joking. Yeah. I'm going to be the Captain America.
I'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Don't move on too quickly. I need 2 seconds. Hold on.
You got it. No, you got plenty of time. I'm saying so. Yes, language.
I'm the scout leader here. You know.
Yes. So. Well, the guy's a dickweed. How about that? Is weed okay? Dickweed?
Okay, I'm back.
Gotcha. No problem. So anyway, the guy comes out and he's calling me names, and because it's a day ending in Y. That's what Dreckies do. And didn't he say I'm not a fan or something?
Yeah, I found that. I mean, I don't know if I found something new that he just posted. You want me to share my screen or?
Oh, you can. Yeah. First, let me say hello to the great Cardinal Sin. Thank you, buddy, for the $10 super chat. You're very generous. Thank you so much. He says, watching a rerun on my channel, but wanted to drop in, say hi, drop a like, and show my support for this amazing show and its incredible crew. Hail to the mods in the chat. Well, Cardinal Sin, buddy, I hope you were doing well tonight. I want to thank you so much for that. You are too kind, my friend. Hello, Turo.
Hello.
And,
hey, Turo.
Yes. That's true, Turo. He did throw me off. He's a rant ruiner.
I was just protecting you. I was just wondering where you'd go next.
Did you get trouble for saying dickhead on here?
No. I'm just teasing.
All right.
Chesticles.
Spectacles, testicles, wallet, watch. Max says his name is Richard Head.
Gotta have fun here.
Okay, what you got? What are we?
Well, this is his latest. I'm assuming this is one of the things.
Hey, Mr. Angel.
Gonna show tonight. Let me zoom in on this sucker.
Oh
no. She's not showing that.
No.
Well, this is from Gene's writing. So Gene wrote.
But that's not what counts. That's
okay.
Not what
but
counts.
this is one thing that someone just sent back to him. Right?
Yes,
and
that's
he
great
answers
and stuff. But I already sent that to him just after he made the tweet, and he did not respond to me.
Yeah, so he responded. I just want to show his response to this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I just want to show this response. So
yeah, well, I have some things I want to show.
Yeah,
okay,
I just thought this would be interesting to see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so as everyone knows, Gene came up with a name for Robert April, first for Have Gun Will Travel, and then for Star Trek. When I created Pike's predecessor, I purposely chose the name Robert April because I knew Gene liked it.
No,
see, that's Stan Lee crap, and it's evasion.
But it's not true, and I can prove that it's not true if we move toward.
Thank you, Mark. By the way,
Mark, I want you to show that after. But it's
okay, sure.
Okay. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No, I love it. I love it. I
sorry.
think it's great. I think it's good. Don't
That's what we get
mistake
for
my
that's what we get
frame
for
his
missing
point
don't
of
stats.
view, just to see
mistake
where he's coming
my
from.
rage for as Mark being the object of that rage. I'm not actually mad at Mark.
Actually, he's the chief engineer. He does deserve all the rage. So.
Yes, he's
He
wonderful.
is,
I love him.
But kidding. By
Only
the way,
if the
kidding.
power goes out.
That's true. No, but yeah, no. I think it's good that you brought that up, though, to show what the guy
Keep that up.
doubled down with his.
Yeah,
Well,
what he
I
said,
say
yeah.
lie.
Yes.
So tell them what you need. Number one.
Okay, so I'm going to add this to the stream.
Oh, okay. You got control. You have control.
So this is the original tweet, folks. And tonight we're going to put truth. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you evidence that demands a verdict.
I think it's coming out tomorrow, Sean. Go ahead.
So just look at the evidence, and then you come up with your own verdict. Fred Bronson tweeted on May 1st, 2022 at 4:36 p.m. 48 years ago, I created the character of Robert April in my episode, the animated Star Trek series, The Counterclock Incident. Now, many of you are like, what? I thought that was John Culver. John Culver wrote the Counterclock Incident, but that's Fred Bronson's nom de plume. It's one of his writing names. Okay. And now, after all this time, we will see him this week in a live action episode for the first time, Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Okay, so here you see the tweet, and you see that I've highlighted, I created the character Robert April. So now we're going to examine the evidence, and you tell me if you believe Fred Bronson, also known as John Culver, created the character Robert April. Let's start with what created means. Created, verb used with object, is to cause to come into being as something unique that would not naturally evolve or that might not be made by ordinary processes. To evolve from one's own thoughts or imagination as a work of art or an invention. And in theater, to perform a role for the first time or in the first production of a play. So here, when we're looking at created, we're really looking at the definition of to evolve from one's own mind, so one's own thought or imagination, as a work of art or an invention. Now, Clobby is correct. Robert M. April did come from Have Gun Will Travel, originally a doctor. All right.
Yeah.
And then Gene reused the name for Robert April that later became Robert T. April. Okay.
Yeah, he was actually a minister. In that
yeah.
episode.
Oh, yeah. A minister, chaplain. Yeah.
Chaplain,
I thought he was a doctor. Yeah. I didn't watch Have Gun Will Travel. I don't claim to know things I don't know.
No problem.
So, but the thing is that Gene Roddenberry actually created Robert T. April as captain of the Enterprise. And as the evidence will show, not only did he create a unique story that was submitted to Paramount, to the studio in 1964, but we're going to see how this rhetoric, this response that was created by this person is absolute horse hockey. Okay, so I'll be reading excerpts from The Making of Star Trek. This is written by Stephen E. Whitfield and Gene Roddenberry. It was published in 1968. Now, in this book, there are no fewer than 67 entries for the character Captain Robert T. April, okay? And it's not just simply about changing names, because we see in these 67 entries, Gene describing this character. Here we go. Yeah. Gene describing this character for all to see. So this is a fully hewn character. The character was made. It's not just a name. And so we see all of these entries here on page 28. We say the principal character, Robert T. April, is the skipper. He's about 34. He's an academy graduate, rank of captain. I'm hearing that they're calling him a Commodore. He's not a Commodore. He's a captain. Clearly the leading man and the central character. This role built about an unusual combination of colorful strengths and flaws is designed for an actor of top repute and ability. A shorthand sketch of Robert April might be a space-age Captain Horatio Hornblower, constantly on trial with himself, lean and capable both mentally and physically. Now, as we move through the book, he goes on and on and on describing all of these character traits of this character. But what's really important is that you need to realize that a full story was submitted to the studio, and it is a unique story. It is unique from the cage. It is unique from the pilot. And one way we know this is because there are significant story differences. So if you turn to page of the making of Star Trek, if you turn to the page 48, this is after him discussing Robert April from page 24 to now, we see an appropriate moment we pull back and realize this is also being watched on a strange-shaped televisor screen by crab-like creatures. Although in no way human, they are obviously intelligent and have digital capabilities via 6 multi-clawed arms and legs. The screen goes into a close-up on several of the Enterprise party members, finally centers and stays on Captain April. The crab creatures at the televisor controls turn from the screen using claws and snap and clatter for speech. And the 2 other creatures respond to the message and depart. So it's very important. I can't read all 111 pages of Gene talking about this script, but this script is unique. Captain Robert T. April was created, was submitted to the studio in full form in a full script. And it is in this book, The Making of Star Trek by Stephen E. Whitfield and Gene Roddenberry, published in 1968. So there are significant differences between the cage and what happens to Robert T. April in this book. And, you know, I welcome you to buy it. You can also go and get it on archive.org. It is available for free on archive.org. There, the pages, somebody has scanned all of the pages, and they are available to you. In the left-hand menu, all you need to do is select April, and all 111 pages that detail Robert T. April and his journey are there. Some really unique things happen. So not only in this original pilot were they crab-like creatures with clickety-clackety speech, and they're using their these legs to make these clapping noises and almost as if music is their language. But other things happen, like Robert T. April is sealed in this thing that's like a body bag, and all of these wonderful things transpire. But I want to turn your specific attention, and I did not upload this because I didn't have time. I've been working, but I would like to focus your specific attention on page 111. And there's a reason for this. Now, you remember how Marc was saying that he said, no, I'm just using the name. Well, we know he isn't just using the name, because there was a full script with this Captain April written into it. It's a significantly different script than The Cage, and it was a fully formed character. But I would like you to hear in Gene Roddenberry's own words on page 111 why this gentleman's retort makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. The name Captain April was changed to Captain Winter and then to Captain Christopher Pike just before the pilot was shot. When recasting for the second Star Trek pilot, Pike became Captain James T. Kirk. So if that's their rationale, what they're saying is that this Bronson fellow, this John Culver fellow, that not only did he write Captain April, but that he also wrote Captain Winter, Captain Pike, and Captain James T. Kirk.
But they're saying they're all the same character, basically, just the name change.
They're saying the same character, yeah, but it's
and
not
they
true.
can't say that because we know that Captain April had his own story. It's like a short story, a fully submitted script in 1964, where he has a unique adventure that is different from The Cage. We also know that Christopher Pike has a very specific adventure in The Cage. He's also a significantly different character from James T. Kirk. We know this because Pike is a man who has seen a lot of war. He's not quite as intellectual as James T. Kirk. He has a different personality. He's living in regret. He's thinking about leaving Starfleet. He's thinking about just going home because he's seen so much death. We see this even when we see Spock limping in some of the scenes. He's seen too much war. He's shell-shocked. He does not want to kill anymore. And then we have James T. Kirk, the man who is a walking stack of books. He's highly intellectual, highly educated, just a magnificent person. So here we're seeing someone saying that all of these characters are the same. And so I ask you if you think all of these characters are the same. Captain Robert T. April had a full script submitted in 1964 where he had an adventure with crab people, where he was sealed in a body bag. And then we have Captain Christopher Pike, who winds up with the Telosians, that they can read minds. There are no shells clackering and clattering to make language. And certainly Pike isn't sealed in a body bag and taken captive. And then we have Captain James T. Kirk. Is Captain James T. Kirk the same character as Robert T. April? This is absolute, complete bullshit. And it makes me upset because what it ends up doing is it gives people a false impression of reality. If you ever did this in university, you would be expelled. You can't take somebody else's thing and say that you created it. You could say he co-wrote it. He could say that he worked on the character with Gene. He could say that he took Gene's original idea and expanded upon it. But he says here, I created the character of Robert April.
Yep.
That,
it's
folks,
not true.
Is to evolve from one's own thought or imagination as a work of art or an invention. And here we can clearly see in 1968 that Robert T. April existed.
Very good.
That is the evidence that demands a verdict.
Very, very well done. It just like that. The idea of people taking credit for other people's work has always been a thing with me, as you may know, because of comics, largely because of the big fight between Stanley and Jack Kirby, even the smaller one between Stanley and Steve Ditko and others, of course, the Bill Finger, Bob Kane, and there have been others. And so that's always something that's been very important to me. Then along comes some guy on Twitter and tries to steal credit for a Star Trek character from Gene Roddenberry, of all people. Yeah, it kind of got me a little upset. And I still wasn't like very rude, but kind of bothered me a little bit.
Yeah, well, and you should have been bothered. And that's why, when you walkie-talkied it to me and I saw it on the walkie-talkie, I had to jump on Twitter and provide the receipts.
I'm glad you did.
Creation that I created has a fixed meaning. We can't move what created means. We can't decide for ourselves in some sort of idiosyncratic definition of what created means. Created means to make out of one's own thoughts. And Robert T. April existed. He was originally Robert M. April and then became Robert T. April. But he existed and was submitted in a unique script to the studio in 1964. He was not created in 1974, nearly a decade later. That is patently false. It's not.
And he doubled down on it too. Did
Pardon?
he double down on it? He doubled down on it, didn't he, Mark?
Did.
Mark?
Oh, did we lose Mark?
I don't know.
Sorry, I've had a bad cough lately, so
Oh, you all right?
yeah, no, I'm okay, but I don't want to, I didn't want to cough in the mic, and I forgot I was muted, so I was talking, and yeah, that's why I wanted to show what Will's response was. I was wondering maybe if he had moderated his take, or
No,
said,
he did not.
yeah, Gene had the original ideas, and I created, helped to create this character for the episode, and we worked with Gene or came up with some ideas.
Yeah.
Or,
He could have just said he wrote the character on his first appearance on TV. He wrote a story with him in it.
Yeah.
Fine.
Mm-hmm. And that would be great. But, the thing is if you read the making of Star Trek and you go about the business of reading from page, 22 or 23 all the way to page 111 and a little bit beyond that, it's roughly 110 pages that you read. You realize that this was a full script. It was a full story. It's a unique story. It was submitted. It's done. It was written by someone else. He did not create this character. Robert T. April did not come out of his own mind. And you know that if you know what created means,
right?
And if you actually read.
Max Redstone for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate it. He says the art of keyboard warrior and Fifi's by Sun Tzu. Thank you, sir. Good to see you. And Snail Messiah, welcome. Good to see you. Also, Matthew Pounder, good to see you. And the great Steve Mitchum's here as well. I don't know if anyone else new popped in. But and there's Claude. Minimus is here as well. Hey, what's up, dude? So it's just the kind of thing that nobody. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. It's okay. I'm just reading the Twitter feed now. It's very interesting to see that some Dan Leckie, if I'm saying his name right, who was former admin of Memory Alpha, so he left Memory Alpha, now webmaster of Warp Factor Trek. I have no idea what his background is, but obviously someone who was in the past very involved in Star Trek, and he writes on Twitter. Technically, Gene Roddenberry created the character of Robert T. April, but it's great that you got the opportunity to finally bring him to the screen for TAS, and brilliant that you'll see him on screen again. And Fred answers, Fred Bronson says, Dan, that's not accurate, but we can discuss that during the interview. So it turns out he's doing a 3-part interview with Fred Bronson on the creation of this character. So he writes, yes. Okay, so I'll put this link. Here. So here's looking forward to April, even though it's May now. We're about to have the pleasure of seeing April appearing, yada yada yada. Enjoyed chatting with Fred Bronson about it. Check out what he has to say in this exclusive interview. So I guess I'll put the He's
doubling down on it.
He's doubling down, I guess.
That's it. I'm not. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Hello there, Carol. Good to see you. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Screw him.
So I wonder what
he probably likes the filth, or he thinks he's going to get something out of cashing in on the filth or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. So I guess he's going to I'll put the link in. We won't read it, but
so this
I guess he did an interview with him about this. So
well, this is a Trek fan website, but it covers filth, so it doesn't cut much ice with me then. Because if you have a Trek fan site, folks, God bless you. But if you cover filth, then you're dead to me. So.
But what was interesting was this guy called him out and saying you didn't create the character, and then he agreed to do an interview. So
he's going to interview with the guy.
So he did an interview with him.
Well, someone needs to send him the expert of what Raquel just wrote, just talked about.
Well, yeah, it was.
There was a full script submitted in 1964, a unique script. That's like saying that let's say I've invented a character named Johnny Be Good, and I write a short story about Johnny Be Good, and I submit it to the studio, and the studio says, yes, we'll do this, and then later we make it about John Black or something. Somebody doesn't then write the story, the exact same character, and then say I created it 10 years later. This is preposterous. We have a 1968 book that shows that Robert T. April already existed. He existed in a full script that was submitted to the studio. It's a unique script, and it doesn't matter if it saw the light of day. It was written and submitted by someone else. Just because the public at large hasn't read it and doesn't mean that it didn't exist. It existed. So what are you saying? If you tried this in university, you know how much trouble you would get into? You can't just take somebody's unpublished story, copy it, and say, I created it. That's rubbish. That's utter rubbish.
Well, what he's saying here is really this crap he's spewing here tells me that he's being very disingenuous. If you look, If you want to do the honors, Mark, or I will.
Yeah, you can read it. Yep. I'll zoom in a little bit more, maybe there. Easier to see. Yep.
Well, apparently the gentleman asks him, however, recently you made claims that you were the person who created Robert April. How so? The gentleman answers, it's true that Gene's first choice for the name of the captain of the Enterprise was Robert April, a name he had previously used when he wrote for Have Gun Will Travel. Although in 1974, before the internet and the availability of every fact known to man at the tips of our fingers and thumbs, neither fact was generally known. So apparently he doesn't know, but the book Raquel has. The captain, or the show, anyway, the Captain Robert April that Gene wrote about in 1964 that 1964 document was not the in-universe predecessor to Captains Pike and Kirk, because there was no Pike and Kirk yet. That doesn't even make any sense.
But that goes directly against what Gene published in 1968, because I read to you from page 111.
And he says, as we all know, the name of the captain of the Enterprise is the first pilot who saw was Christopher Pike, and we wouldn't even have known that if 1966 if the Menagerie didn't use footage from the cage and thus give James T. Kirk a predecessor. What does that matter? That means nothing.
What does this matter? None of this matters.
Does it mean anything?
It's word salad. He's showing that he went to Wikipedia to read why people are upset with him. We have actual evidence, like actual books, published books with the original script of Robert T. April that go on for pages and pages explaining the character and the script and how it was submitted and when it was submitted in Gene's own words.
There you go.
This isn't something you can Wikipedia away, man.
Look, there you go. He found the same book you did, the guy writing this, apparently. To find the name, I remembered that in the book, Making of Star Trek, written by, this is a guy, this is Norman. What's the name? Fred or whatever? I'll keep saying Norman.
Right.
The list of names that Gene had considered for the captain's name, Pike, Kirk, were on the list, and so was Robert April. And I thought, since that was a name Gene already considered, oh boy, this is so stupid. All right, wait a minute. Okay, dude, you didn't read the rest of the book, as Raquel has just pointed out. He's mentioned, how many times in that book?
67. 67
friggin' times in the book. I think that's a little bit more than him just saying, wow, wouldn't Robert April be a nice name?
Yeah, well,
there's a lot about April in that book, because I've read that. I read a book years ago, but I consumed that book a few times, and there's a lot about April in there. Yeah, and he's mentioning the pitch document here too. So my Robert April has no middle initial.
Yeah, and did you notice that when Jeffrey Hunter was showing interest in doing science fiction, which his wife talked him out of because she said he was above doing science fiction on television, because at the time people thought science fiction was weird or whatever.
And he tragically passed away from maybe injuries due to being on movie sets with horse accidents.
That's exactly right. But what's important to note is that by the time Star Trek began casting for the lead, there were so many other series in production that there were just not that many actors available. Those who could afford to be choosy about what part they took, one of the actors Gene was interested in was Jeffrey Hunter, who eventually agreed to play the part of Captain April. So what is he talking about? This is rubbish. And that's me reading from page 111 of The Making of Star Trek by Stephen E. Whitfield and Gene Roddenberry in 1968. This is what is being portrayed is not the truth. There was a full script, full story. It was completely unique from the cage. It was written. It's a full story. Crab people getting sealed in body bags. Jeffrey Hunter auditioned. He was reading for Captain April, not Pike, for April. So what are you saying you created Captain April for? Your word salad doesn't fix the facts.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you could take credit for is that I came up with the idea, maybe let's make him older, so then when they regress the young adult. And it was a very good episode too. And then
I'm not for cheating credit out of anybody. Say, look, he added things to the character, what have you. Snail Messiah, good to see you. He Like for example, I'm sure Gene Roddenberry was a fair-minded guy who would probably say, well, that he added stuff to the character, but other writers have taken characters that belong to someone else and added things to them many times. It didn't make them the creator of the character. Roy Thomas wrote Fantastic Four for a long time. He never took credit for creating them. Okay, yeah. If you write Superman story or whatever, it doesn't mean you created him. And even though if you put a new character in there, you might have. And this is a situation where he took a named character.
So you're adding to the lore of the character, you're adding to his background, you're adding to the story.
He added stuff to it.
You shouldn't take soul. To take soul creation is. I mean, I give the guy credit for coming up with the episode and the idea of having him, as an older character. But
he didn't create the character.
But you can't say that he solely created the character. That's that's ridiculous. So, but the problem is today you can't. It got tied into some other issues, and you can't. You get called names, and you can't even discuss things. So I thought this person did a nice job on this interview so far. He's he keeps asking, and he's getting answers. So at least he asked him the questions. And he went after him 3 or 4 times for that.
Did Dan Leckie go to my Twitter?
I don't know.
I don't know, but maybe
he might have. Well, he might.
But
look,
he did. I'll give him credit for asking those questions
on Twitter. I'll give him
3
credit
or 4 times.
Yeah, well, it's you guys. It's just this is extremely disappointing.
Raquel?
I'm going to ask you all again. What does created mean?
You know what, Raquel? I'm not even kidding you. I think he probably did get the idea to interview him about this from you because you were the first one citing this.
Yes, receipts. I'm an academic, so I bring receipts.
There you go. You were the first one.
And when there is evidence that somebody has written an entire short story that is going to be turned into a teleplay, it is very obvious that he wrote a short story that was submitted to become a teleplay. It is in intimate detail. This is not just a name that got flown out once or twice. This was a character that was shopped to the studio in a story, a unique story with crab people and body bags and all great and wonderful ideas. Jeffrey Hunter even read and was read for Captain April. He did not even read for Pike. And these changes that were made to Pike to turn him into somebody who was timid, who didn't want to be a part of war and all that happened with The Cage. The Cage is a different story than the original pilot that was pitched. Obviously, are there any crab people in The Cage? You can't do this. When somebody writes a story, they wrote the story. They created the character. You can't just take the name and say, I created that character. That's not truthful.
Yeah, I made him older, so he's a different character.
Of course, Dan, it looks like I'm looking at some of the side there that Dan defends filth, so I'm not done with him.
Bye!
Yeah, we can drop that anytime, unless you got something else to show.
No.
I'm glad you did show it, because that was interesting.
He did ask him some tough, not
No. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, but let's look at this one more time. Hold on for 1 second. Let's just look at this. I just want to show this to you one more time. I created the character Robert April to evolve from one's own thoughts or imagination as a work of art or an invention. Yep. About 100 pages of Robert April. So I ask you, created the character Robert April?
Well, you know what? I'm sure they're just gonna hire you up at Bad Reboot and Sucker Outhouse, Freddy, and bring you in to create more for them. I'm sure they're just sit by that phone, buddy. I can't wait, man. Go for it.
So annoying.
How do you search the book on Archive?
Bronson, your agonizer, please.
Your agonizer, please.
How do you search the book on archive.org?
So you're gonna see a primary a provisioning for an upper menu. I want you to look to your left, and on your left you're gonna see a search glass.
The magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay.
Go ahead and click on that, and then I just want you to type in April, but make sure that it's case proper. So capital A. Yeah.
Oh. Capital A. Here we go.
And there you go. And then just go ahead and hit enter. And what will end up happening is not only will it populate in the left hand side, you'll get a split screen. But if you left click one time on each one of those highlights on the left, it will appear on the right, the corresponding page.
Oh, this is great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't even need my first edition of this book anymore?
Yes, you do. What are you talking about?
I looked, I didn't realize I have a first edition.
Send it to me then. Send it to me then. Do you know how nice that book will make my house smell?
And you should smell it. So I was just going to say, if you... we need smell-o-vision when you open it. I don't want to open it all the way because it's
just beautiful. I bet you it
the binding.
smells
It's great shape for 68. Wow, 68
smells like 1968.
Fred Bronson created the biscuit. Yeah. This just in: Fred Bronson is now taking credit for creating Spider-Man. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep you up to date on any other of his creations.
Isn't it? It's like saying that J.K. Rowling created this character Harry Potter. Okay. And she submitted it to a studio, and the studio was like, meh, no, I don't like these crab people and these body bags, and we should make him so he doesn't really like war. Let's do a different story with a different character. And then somebody comes along and they're like, I created Harry Potter. No, you did not, liar pants.
That kind of crap happens all the time, probably, actually. But old Fred, Fred, really, I didn't know you existed because and if I looked at the counterclock incident credit, I would have seen a different name. You're known to
Culver.
So yeah, John Culver. Fred, go to sleep. Whatever.
Well, the problem is he's getting some pushback, but not enough. So yeah.
Well, because I got called was it a triggered right winger just for that? And then what was it? There were a couple of people.
What would he do about me? Because I'm a lefty voting lefty McLefterson for 30 plus years. What then?
If you disagree with him, you're a triggered evil right winger. That's the way it works to Dreckies.
No, I'm an academic and I'm a college instructor. And if he tried to submit somebody else's work to me as his own because it wasn't published, even though it was submitted and created and there was a date on it, I would have him expelled.
Well, he wasn't attacking anyone. To be fair, it was a bunch of little sycophants, Dreckies that were doing it and stuff. Yeah, and it was like a couple of other ones that came in there and just saying I was being horrible and mean. Hey, Mazer, it's good to see you. And by the way, shout out to my good buddy Dan Hadley of the Spacebook, who and Jack Beers and some really cool guys are going in there and not that I asked them to defend me, but it was nice of them to go in there and do that. And they were,
I was there too.
And that goes without saying. My number one had been back, but absolutely. And thank you, number one, by the way.
I love you.
You did fantastic. But like I say, it was just kind of, I wasn't rude. I mean, he could just say you disagree.
And the person who responded to you, like, I was going to engage with that humanoid, but that humanoid had a very dubious Twitter handle and was acting very strangely, speaking about how disrespectful and entitled you were and stuff like that. So I didn't even want to engage because I don't engage people where they have a first name and then 79 million numbers, like it's their social insurance number plus their first address.
He was a binar,
and especially when they demand that you genuflect. That's the thing that really frightened me. It was though this person 792468912487888,302 wanted you to bow first, like genuflect on your knees if you want to talk to him. And that is ridiculous. If you're telling the truth, you do not need to curtsy. You do not need to bow. You do not need to remove your hat and pay homage to someone who is just some guy on Twitter.
If I'm remembering right, it also, I forgot, I think I was talking to someone else in that thread, I believe, and I said something about, I did my usual spiel about how, but that's not real Trek anyway. It's Steino, Star Trek in name only. It is.
You got them angry.
And I did my usual stuff. Bad reboot, suck right outhouse, Jar Jar Abrams, Alex Klutzman. I did all those buzzwords that'll get you attacked in a heartbeat by the Dreckies, which is, I'm not saying that's why I say them or anything, but okay, it is why I say. and that'll get the Dreckies after you every time because you're just really a rotten person if you say those things. So who cares? To hell with those idiots. I mean, I wish it could have been more than two, getting blocked for more than two. But Fred Bronson's just a sad old man. So.
Well, I think
and he's got a long
he owes
history
Gene an
too.
apology, and I think he should clarify that he did not create the character. I think it's wonderful that he brought the character to life in TAS, and that he managed to fashion a teleplay. That's lovely. I think it's great that he had a teleplay. But Gene Roddenberry wrote that, and Gene Roddenberry wrote that character. The end.
It wasn't Gene. Gene was he was still producing the animated series.
I have my
At that
animated
time, was he not?
series encyclopedia. It is official in front of me right now, and I can check that. But I don't. I'm not sure.
I know
don't
he
think
was-
He was.
He was still. He had a lot to do with it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he still wasn't he still the boss over there on the animated series, or he was at least.
Well, I know that
Oh, they
DC
ran things-
Fontana had exited
Okay.
stage right at this point, but we'll
'cause this
see.
was the
if-
last episode. Yeah.
I will check here.
And
Good to see you,
he's
Majors.
a long time genre fan too, because he had pictures of himself as a kid interviewing Adam West
Who?
in California, Bronson. So
Oh,
I went to his
okay.
website. So when he was on I think he was on when he's got some pictures of Gene Roddenberry from way back in the day.
Would
so
you
he's
like to hear what the
Trying
book
to
has
find
to
that.
say?
Sure.
Okay, I beg your pardon, Mark. On page 141 of the Recognize, the official Star Trek guide to the animated series by Aaron Harvey and Rich Shepis, or yeah, I think it's Shepis. Anyways, please turn to page 141. Tag team writers. Maybe the problem is I'm just not coming up with ideas that are good for animation, David Wise recalled Russell Bates telling him. I told Russell to take advantage of the visual stuff that you could never take advantage of on the original series. Struggling to hook Dorothy Fontana and Gene Roddenberry after Fontana asked him to write an episode of TAS, Bates recruits Wise, who had done animated storytelling in the past, to join him in writing the episode. Oh, no. The page turned on me. I'm reading the wrong one.
Oops.
I'm reading the wrong one. Strike that.
okay.
Strike that.
It's okay.
That's
It's
from
okay.
the wrong episode. Sorry,
No
the
problem.
page turned. The page turned. Okay, here, page 147. Sorry. Fred Bronson, who was the animated series publicist and longtime Star Trek fan, wrote the Counterclock Incident under the pseudonym John Culver because he received conflicting information about whether or not he could write an episode as an employee of the network. I always had ambitions to write for television, Bronson shared. I always had been told we could write for NBC shows, but we couldn't write for CBS or ABC. But you still had to get permission from your boss to do anything outside your ordinary job. I had some ideas for the animated show, and I went to my boss and said, oh, by the way, I want to write the animated Star Trek. And he said, you can't write for NBC shows. You can only write for CBS or ABC. The exact opposite of what I've always been told. So I said, okay, no problem. Of course, I didn't want to miss what I thought was my final opportunity to write for Star Trek. So I was willing to take somewhat of a risk, but to write for it under an assumed name. At Filmation, Lou Scheimer and Norm Prescott knew that it was me, but NBC did not know. Bronson would go on to pen 2 Star Trek The Next Generation episodes, as well as appear as an extra in Star Trek The Motion Picture, based on his new name on the city in which he grew up, Culver City.
Culver City. Yeah.
And the common first name, John. Although he left NBC in 1982, the publicist turned writer waited a while before revealing he was Culver. I'm not sure anybody caught it, Bronson said about Robert April. April was the original name of the captain of the Yorkton, which was a part of a 16-page original Star Trek treatment that Gene Roddenberry submitted on March 11, 1964. The document would become the first blueprint of the series. However, it was still not simple for Bronson to use the name from the treatment. Before I wrote it, I thought in the menagerie
did they ever refer to Christopher Pike as the first captain of the Enterprise? So I went back and watched it, and they never said he was the first captain, since he wasn't. I felt there was room to create the first captain. And then I thought, I remember in the making of Star Trek, the list of names of early captains. And I thought, why don't I pick a name that didn't get used? So I went back to that list, and one that stuck with me was Robert April. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm actually now so angry. I don't know what to say. This is from page 148. How do they pee? Star Trek creator Roddenberry asked. Yes, this was one of the questions Roddenberry jotted down on Bronson's script when it stated that the crew's brains were operating in reverse. Bronson penned a clever response which allowed Robert April to actually command the Enterprise on screen. Die-hard Trekkie fans who devoured every morsel of information they could find on the show must have smiled at the inclusion of the Easter egg. The reverse universe also saw Enterprise crew regress in age, so the actors used higher voices when recording their lines to sound younger, all but Leonard Nimoy, whose Spock aged more slowly than humans on the ship. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he knew Gene Roddenberry too. That's
Yeah,
the thing. He considers
and-
Gene Roddenberry a friend from looking at his website and how they work together. So
Yeah, and what he said here on page 147 makes my blood boil. So he's saying Robert April stuck with him. Robert April stuck with him. Is he kidding? Is he kidding? That I don't understand. So what he's basically saying is that it stuck out to him. Why? Because it was the only other name other than Pike and Kirk in the book. Or he didn't want to use Winter. And so he has read the making of Star Trek?
Yes, he mentioned it in that other interview too.
Yep.
So he just took it out of there.
So yeah, so then he's done it on purpose. I don't know what to say. If one of my students ever did this, I would have my student expelled from the writing program.
But the thing is, he just said if he just admitted that he took it out of there and put it in the episode, and Gene was fine with it, I don't have a problem. He's running around saying he created a character when there's proof that he didn't.
Exactly. I don't understand. And he does, and he did say in there too that he knew that there was a 64-page story that was submitted with Robert April. So what's he saying?
He's admitting there was
he's saying he's a totally different character and no relation to the other Robert April that happened to be mentioned in the script.
Just because it didn't get made.
Even though he read the book about it in 1968, he admits in Star Trek: The Official Guide to the Animated Series, written by Aaron Harvey and Rich Shepis, he admits that he read the making of Star Trek. So then he knows about the 64-page submission of a full story. So is he trying to say that he read that book, but he did not read the 67 entries describing Robert T. April or Robert?
I mean,
M.
if you're
April?
a Star Trek fan, I remember I was doing some trivia with a friend, and there was a question, like in a bar, and they're like, who's the first captain of Enterprise? Everyone was like, oh, Christopher Pike, and I'm like, no, it's actually Robert April. They're like, no, but and I'm arguing with the person, like, no, actually, Robert April was the first captain. It was an animated, so it was like an argument. But I'm like, you guys are wrong. It's like it's an obscure thing, but if you're a Star Trek fan, you know it. I mean, it's and you would never say that he solely created the character.
He may have, by writing that episode, put him into the continuity in the sense, or even though they don't count that one as canon, you know what I mean? He made him come up with the idea to make him the first captain. That doesn't mean he created a character.
Yeah, and why isn't he being forthright about that? Because now I'm even more worried about this person, because this person admitted that he knows about the 67 entries of in the making of Star Trek that talk about the character and its journey with these crab creatures and body bags.
He doesn't think that he's doing anything wrong. He thinks it because he wrote that episode. Because in that episode, it's let's see, that character that he, like, for example, if he named the character Jim Smith, and he'd been the first captain of the Constitution class Enterprise, then I'd go, okay, and whatever thing he wrote, that's all of his. But he did take the name, he did take the name that Roddenberry created, and he knew about the name. He willingly took the name and put it on there.
Yeah,
and
but
it was, and the character had existed in another story.
yeah,
And he was a captain.
and a story that he admitted he read. Because if he read The Making of Star Trek by Stephen E. Whitfield and Gene Roddenberry, then he completely had the character explained to him. So if you take what he's saying on Twitter and you take what he's saying in Star Trek: The Official Guide to the Animated Series by Harvey and Shepis, he's admitting that he completely read the story about Robert April, but he's saying that he made the character. That's nuts to me. This is nuts. This is crazy. I can't even believe this is happening right now.
It's, and I guess maybe in his crazy mind, in a delusional mind, he thinks that he created him. You know, I don't know. I mean, did Gene ever talk about it? I don't know.
Did Gene ever talk about what?
About this? I mean, that's what I'm saying. The episode. And about the guy creating him. I don't think he did.
Well, you and Mark talk, and I'll check in that encyclopedia, and this time I'll make sure that I don't flip the page.
But you check it.
Yeah.
You guys go ahead and chat, and I'll skimmity skim with my eyeballs.
These creator squabble, and again, I'm not saying Gene's squabbling with him. He's not. I doubt he squabbled with him. They are messy sometimes.
Yeah,
they are messy, but that there's if let's just say, for example, there hadn't been that story that Raquel was telling us about, the 16-page. So and let's say he'd written just the Cage, and then he came. I was going to call him Robert April. Then I changed it to Crimson. He might have a point. But Robert April existed as an independent character in a story that he knew about.
Yeah,
it's a different personality, different character. I mean, it's not.
Is it? I mean,
it's like Pike is not exactly Kirk, and is not exactly
right. And, yeah, exactly. And he decided. I mean, that story, him knowing about that story, knowing that the King came before Pike, technically, gave him is where he got the idea to make him the original captain.
Yeah.
So he got all the ideas that he does use for his story. He got from Gene.
Yeah.
Including the name. He got the name. He got, I'll make him the first captain. Why? Why? Because, see, Pike was before Kirk. I'll make him the first captain. And that'll be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did he get that from Gene? So he mined Gene's story to do his own thing with the episode. And then you're going to tell me you're the sole creator? You wrote the episode. You used a lot of Gene's work to do it. You didn't create the character. In my opinion.
No.
That's not, I mean, sure, you built the character, you added building blocks to the character. That's perfectly fine. Just say I wrote the episode that introduced Captain April into the, at least the animated universe, since the Paramount jerks won't count the entire animated series.
Which is stupid, but yeah.
Right. So just say, I wrote that first episode that introduced the character. That's all he has to say. I mean, you don't. Yeah. You should mention. He said I would mention
co-created. Co-created with Gene Roddenberry. Yeah,
I would, because of the way I am. I would want to say I helped to introduce Gene's original captain into the animated series. But that's
exactly what he should have said.
That's how I would do it.
Yeah, and I added a few things to it. I decided to make him older and yada. And you know,
and he should have said. He wrote a dumb story. Let's just be honest.
What he should have said is. I went back and I read The Making of Star Trek by Stephen E. Whitfield and Gene Roddenberry. And I found through about 100 pages this wonderful character that he created that goes to a crab world. And they never used it. And so I thought about that character and about how cool that character was. Boy, was Gene Roddenberry ever awesome at creating characters. And then I read Philip K. Dick's Counterclock World. And then I decided I was going to take Gene Roddenberry's Robert T. April, who was originally Robert M. April, and Philip K. Dick's Counterclock World. And I was going to make the counterclock incident. That would be the truth.
And you could say it proudly and say, I was part of that. And that's fantastic. But he's adamant about I created it, Mr. Okay, all right, Stan.
Yeah, boss, there's nothing in here. There's no more.
That's fine.
I'm
Gene
going to
probably
check
wasn't
my
only
books.
concerned about it.
I'm going to check my books, but the thing
Right.
I don't like is that it's just it's not true.
Right.
It's not true. And if another writer did this, especially a
Well,
student in a university or college situation, they would be expelled for plagiarism. It's beyond me, and I can't believe that in Harvey and Shepis, he admits that he actually read the making of Star Trek. So he fully knows about the character and knows that it was more than just a name. It was a full character with a unique story that was never used. Just because the story isn't published doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say he probably didn't run around saying this kind of stuff when Gene was alive.
No, he wouldn't dare.
No. Not that I'm sure Gene had better things to worry about.
Gene,
but I mean,
yeah, Gene would. I'm sure, I can't obviously.
I don't know what
he's
a
mouth,
nice
but
guy.
I'm just,
Gene probably wouldn't give.
Just guessing that he would say,
it's a minor issue, but just show the respect to Gene and don't try to take from him. I mean, just say, hey, I worked with Gene Roddenberry on creating that character, and I'm putting that character there, and then do your little virtue signal about how happy you are that he's going to be on Strange Crap Worlds. If it makes you happy. Strange New Lies. There you go. Strange screwed worms, whatever. But so I think the guy is a little delusional. He's an old man trying to capture some kind of glory there for himself. So whoopee, dude, you're being a little disingenuous, in my opinion. I think the whole credit thing for creating things really does matter, and too many people have been screwed out of their own creations for people to do things like that, especially since it's not like. What do you think you're going to make money on it? It's not. Who do you think you are, Marvel or DC Comics? So it's a little. I think he could have said that in so many ways where no one would have had a problem with it. But since you're going to go out there, it's sort of like when Stan would just go out there whole cloth, and someone would say, "So what were you thinking?" Because they don't know. They're like a normie. What were you thinking when you created Spider-Man, Mr. Lee, or when you created the Hulk, or whatever? And Stan would go off on a tangent and talk about how me, I did it all. There are many times. Hello there, Jill. Good to see you, dear. There are many times where Stan would neglect and on purpose, I thought, not mention his co-creators. So that's what, and it's not that I was, and so that means there were times when, just out of spite of that, sometimes when someone would mention a character that he created with Kirby, for example, I would say Kirby, and I wouldn't even mention Stan, because that's what Stan did for decades, and it cost a lot of these guys, a whole lot. He screwed a lot of these people out of their creations by hogging credit. So even though I, of course, know Stan does deserve some credit for some of these co-creations, I go, well, you know what? If Stan too can play at that game, not that it's going to cost Stan anything, I'm not going to acknowledge his participation in the creation. And Kirby did it all. In my opinion, Kirby did most of the heavy lifting, to be honest with the creation. But most people are willing to call them co-creations. But that, imagine how Kirby felt all those times when he would see Stan in an interview in national television talking about how he did everything.
Now, did he ever speak out to that?
They fought about it. There were some fights.
Right? So.
Oh, yeah. And Stan was doing it for a long. Stan, he told the falsehoods about how the characters were created, did all kind of stuff.
Because Kirby's not one to back down. So.
There was a lot of fights. Again, this little thing with Gene and Fred it's infinitesimal compared to the things with Bill Finger, Bob Kane, Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, Stan Lee, Steve Ditko, and some others.
This is before the internet too, so then
right,
it was a lot easier for Stan to kind of say some of the stuff. And as a comic book fan growing up, I kind of just heard the Stan Lee version of events, and
most people did.
Well, that's why Clubby and I are so cheesed off about them doing this with the Star Trek, because the younger generation is not going to go back and realize that in 1968 the Robert M. April character was already published and explained to the public.
Do you know what I
Yep.
mean? Like, it's
Yeah.
just, it's crazy to me. I can't even believe this happened. You know, Gene Roddenberry wrote a character. He talked about it in 1968, told the public about it, but nobody really read the book, so
Right.
nobody's really aware. And now all these years later, somebody's saying, I created that character, and he didn't. He actually even read what Gene wrote about the character 10 years prior, 10 years before it was published. The proof that he's lying was 10 years before.
Let me give you,
It's bad.
when it comes to certain types of creator credit, I'll give you an example of how I feel about it. With Gene Roddenberry, using him as the example, take a character on a show he had nothing to do with, but has his, called, I don't know. You want to go with Cisco? Because he had nothing to do with Cisco, right? He was not for that show. Or you want to go, or take one on Voyager. Take your pick, whoever it is, right? It's still Star Trek created by Gene Roddenberry. He didn't create that character. And of course, if he'd been alive and he didn't create the character, I'm sure he wouldn't run around telling everybody he did, because he wasn't that kind of a guy. However, that character still cannot exist without the creation of Gene Roddenberry.
That's right.
In other words, there can be no Captain Cisco without Gene Roddenberry. It doesn't matter whether he wrote one word about him. There can be no Captain Janeway or Archer or any of these characters that came around after his time. They still can't exist without Gene Roddenberry.
They call him the Great Bird of the Galaxy, right? So
right. So that doesn't mean the guy who wrote these characters has to go, well, Gene helped create it. You don't have to do that. But you still, in this situation, under a certain wing, all of them come from Roddenberry, in the sense that the show doesn't happen, it doesn't exist without him. Which is why, for example, take a character, Kirk, Spock, McCoy. Okay, Gene created them, but Gene, so did William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelley. They were huge, and so did many other writers like Dorothy Montana and Gene Coon and a lot of these other people. All contributed to the creation of these characters. I mean, but without Gene Roddenberry, nothing happens. None of them exist. So as someone who loves these characters, you go, wow, the contribution of William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy to this character, and some of this, who wrote some of these great stories, the ones that wrote some of the scripts that weren't, other than Gene, and Gene in particular, so many people contributed to so many of the wonderful facets of these characters. And you still have to go back to the bottom line that none of them happened without Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah. Yeah, and I totally agree. I just can't believe that as a short story author, I can't believe that basically what this person is saying is that because the vast majority of the public wasn't aware of this short story that he wrote and this character that he created, that he can lay claim to creating the character. I just can't believe it. I hope that never happens to me. Where somebody reads my work and only a handful of people have read my work. So somebody just goes ahead and takes the character and writes the character in the same universe and says that they created the character. That's crazy to me. I can't believe it. I think it's so terrible. I can't believe this person did this. It's just so shameful. I don't know what to say. I think it's just, as an author, I just think that this is just absolutely heinous.
It is. It's any creative person would just be given pause by something like this. It's really, hello there, Keely Chow, Roll Tide. Good to see you, by the way.
Hey, Keely.
Snail Messiah, thank you so much for is that Danish krona? Is that how you say it?
Yep, I think so.
$20 super chat. You are too kind, my friend. He says, I love how passionate you are about this. Well, thank you. And I really am passionate about it because I love so many of these creations that I know I hate when they're miscredited. And I feel, when I see so many of these great creators over the course of time have been screwed out of their creations. Bill Finger, if you ever go watch Batman and Bill, that Hulu documentary about how Bill Finger was screwed over for the character of Batman by Bob Kane and what Bob Kane did to him. Certainly, this is microscopic what's going on here with Fred and Gene compared to that, because of the way that the destruction of the life of Bill Finger. But still, even when I see something like this, it just drives me crazy, just because it's not it's dishonest. And in
It
his
is.
case, he didn't need to be dishonest. He could have said it the way we keep saying. Like he could have said, I helped bring the character, to the forefront by writing that episode as, way back when. And I helped to bring Gene's first captain into an episode of Star Trek, and that's everyone would be perfectly fine with it. I mean, no one would have called him to the carpet or anything. But he would said, I. That's just something that's a stickler with me, Snail. When people say they created something and they didn't do it all,
he had no modesty whatsoever.
Yeah, I
don't
just
like it. Not even like saying, oh well, he's not even saying that. He's just basically saying the name was there. That's it. Not giving any credit to Gene or any of the work, or and it's fine to tweet out what you want to tweet out about. Oh, I'm happy he's going to be on screen. That's a whole nother. Who cares at this point? But if he's a creator, he can be happy about that. But it's really strange to see someone try to take total 100% character credit.
I actually feel like I got
was
punched in the stomach, Mark, just reading that Harvey and Shepis entry, where he admits that he read like 64 pages of that short story.
Yeah, well, that's that interview.
And so that was when was that interview conducted? When was this book
a couple
published?
of days ago? Yeah. So if you click on the link in the chat,
I think you're talking about the one that Mark showed us, or the one that was in the book.
No, I just can't believe that in this Harvey and Shepis encyclopedia, he admits that he read the making of Star Trek, and then what did he say? He said, what did he say? He said that he read 64 pages. He read the 64-page story that was submitted to the studio, and then he wrote this story, which is obviously heavily inspired by Philip K. Dick, but he admits that he read, what is it, 64?
Is that the orange book, Raquel?
Yes,
yes,
the animated
sweetheart.
One we used for when we reviewed.
Let me go grab my copy. I'll be right back.
Yeah, please go grab your copy.
Yeah.
I just want to see this again. I actually can't even believe that this is happening. I think that this is the most insane thing I've ever seen. I just can't believe it. Where did he say that again?
Yeah, and the guy is just just everything about it just really rubbed me the wrong way. It's just not good, not good for him. But then again, I guess if you're going to defend the filth, that you have questionable priorities anyway. So,
16 pages. He read 16 pages. So he read. So the original story that was submitted, I'm sorry, it was 16 pages.
Uh-huh.
So a 16-page short story. And he read it. And he knew that it was submitted. And he knew it was submitted on March 11th, 1964. Right. And even calls it a blueprint for the series.
It's sort of like you write a story with a character in it, right? And then I take that, I'll take that character. And again, I'll write a story with that character in it. And the character will be it's the same character, but he'll, of course, have different adventures and I'll add to it. And then I'm going around telling him, but I created it. Well, but wait a minute. There's a story with the book before. You clearly didn't. Yeah. It's that simple. It's really that simple.
And I think that he could have gotten away with it with me if I wouldn't have just read Harvey and Shepis. I cannot believe that Harvey and Shepis got him to say in this like this official animated series encyclopedia book, that he had read the short story about Robert April. He has read it.
He admits it. I read it, and I created him. I created him, even though I read that story.
Yeah, like now I feel like even more upset and actually kind of like I don't even know how to react. I feel bewildered. And this is on page 147, Harvey and Shepis, Star Trek, the official guide to the animated series. He admits, oh my God, I just don't believe this. I can't believe it. It's so wrong. It's so bad.
Well, he admitted it in that other interview that Mark found too also, right, Mark? Zappras, hey, Zappras.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Well, it's
Could you
like
imagine
it
if
wouldn't
somebody
hold up
did
in.
this to me and in the same universe? Oh,
Well, it's like, not to compare it to my dad, but he had a patent for an invention, and someone copied and basically told us, well, it's too expensive to fight it, because you're a small fry company. If you've heard of the guy that, like not exactly like the guy that invented the intermittent windshield wipers, and there's a movie about that, and it took him like 20 years. So, and of course, when I've mentioned he worked on the space program, and when he had some patents, his boss was like, "Well, I'm putting my name on the patent." And he said, "Your name shouldn't be on here." He's like, "You didn't do jack shit." Well, basically in that language. So he said, "Well, my name comes on first, then your name comes on the bottom." There's a big kerfuffle, and he's like, "Well, I'm quitting that." But he's like, "You didn't do anything for this project. Why should your name be in the?" "Oh, because I'm the manager." So
unbelievable. It's just, it's
Zathras.
that what gets
unbelievable.
people mad. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
here I can
it's
show actually the page in the book. Let me.
absolutely
Zathras.
terrible. I just want
Yeah.
to say hello to everyone in the chat. I'm just checking in with you. Don't mind me, folks. I'm just reeling because as a short story author, I think it's crazy that somebody could just read your 16-page short story and use your character 10 years later. And then after you die, 48 years or 58 years after the character was created, you say you created it. What? I'm just so blown away. But I'm reading your comments, Chris Persia, Mazeris, everyone making all these great comments. Phantom Outsider. I love all your comments. Keep them coming. Love you guys.
Zathras, you crack me up, dude. Says, and hey there, by the way, other Catman Day, KD Myers. Good to see you. I hope you and your wonderful wife are doing well, my friend.
Yeah.
And
Hello,
Zathras
honey.
says, I know how you feel. The producers of Star Trek stole ideas of a space station from JMS. Well, they had space stations on Star Trek way before Babylon 5, dude. But I know I know what you're saying. And just for the fun of it, what the hell? Go for it. Oh, let's see. Got the
Yeah. Oh no, Mark, honey. Come back.
I'm sorry. I thought
There
you
you
were. I misunderstood. I thought I was putting your I was supposed to hit you solo. You there?
Let me put my let me turn up the light on that. Hold on.
It's a cool book. I have this book too. It's great. We
So
back,
this is what I was reading from.
Right. For those who don't know, back when Raquel and I were reviewing the animated series, this was her source book.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Robert April, created by apparently some chucklehead named John Culver.
No. Yeah.
No, there you go. And of course, he's evil because he's the wrong color. That's another story. And of course, again, the thing that got me the most about all that was, never mind, the picture of him in the never mind. Well, we'll go there.
Unbelievable. It's just, I can't believe this. And it's in the same universe. That's the thing that I'm totally blown away right now. I feel like I've been punched in the stomach. I can't believe it. I think this is to do for someone to do this to an author, it's just heinous. I just don't believe it. It's so awful.
Yeah.
And
Yes, that's what Raquel was reading.
Yeah. And so there it is in black and white, folks. And that's page 147, right, Mark?
Yeah, 147. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah. April was the original name of the captain of the Yorkton, which was part of a 16-page original Star Trek treatment that Gene Roddenberry submitted on March 11th, 1964. The document would become the first blueprint for the series. However, it still was not simple for Bronson to use the name from that treatment. Before I wrote it, I thought, in the menagerie, did they ever refer to Christopher Pike as the first captain of the Enterprise? So I went back and watched it, and they never said he was the first captain, since he wasn't. I felt there was room to create the first captain. And then I thought, I remember in the making of Star Trek, the list of names of early captains. And I thought, why not pick a name? Wow. And even that's not truthful, because there were the only two names that would, there was only one name remaining, and that would be April Robert Winter, not Robert April. So he just picked a season or a month? Yeah. Is that what he did? Like, I cannot believe the utter dishonesty of all of this. It's just, it's just heinous. I can't believe it. Somebody would do this to an author. I think it's so wrong. Okay, I'm done now, folks. I feel like I've excised the demon, but I'm no longer angry. You know what I feel now? Extreme disappointment that this person is getting away with saying these things and leading people to believe these things that are not true.
I don't blame you. Pop Culture Republic, good to see you.
Hey, pop.
Nice book. It's a very good book, by the way.
Well, thank you very much. I try and vet the books, the best books I possibly can for our 735 club. Oh, look, Clubby. I love you, Clubby.
Yeah. Well, again, that's good enough for me when it comes to Robert April. I'll put you back on solo. What are you looking for?
Well, sorry, I'm away from the mic. But was there anything else on the next page, or not really?
No, you do have writing in reverse here, so it looks as though Gene helped him with the script, because he looks as though he was showing his ideas to Gene, and Gene was vetting them, right. Apparently he had some questions about this whole thing in reverse, and very strange, right?
Yeah, so that shows that they did work.
Canada.
They worked on it together too. So
they mentioned filth in this book. I hate him for that. So I forgot about that.
I always skip over the filth.
I don't see anything there. I ignore
that.
Pleasant Valley. It says choose your pain. So that's the pain, right?
Pleasant Valley Picker. Good to see you there, sir.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Exhausting, and I cannot believe it. I feel like a parent right now. I feel like a parent with a child. I'm not even angry anymore. I'm disgusted and totally disappointed, because this is absolutely, to me, if you don't tell the whole truth, if you only tell part of the truth, you're lying. And so this is an unforgivable lie. This is terrible, and this is not good. This is just not good.
Damn shame. Hungry Boy, actually, we have no tripwire this week. Once again, they missed another week. I think I scared them. I think they heard about my rantings about their stupid list, and they're probably too chicken to put any more. I'm kidding, but there's no entry this week either. So I'm kidding, but am I kidding? I don't know.
Oh, and Chris Persia says, Raquel, I've seen this done at an academic level. One of the textbooks we use for materials tech class was plagiarized word for word by a different author who wrote his textbook 20 years earlier. Yeah. And the thing is in academia, like, we have software to check it, but whenever I catch it, you know what I do in manuscript, Chris Persia? I actually, in manuscript, will use a semicolon in in-text and show both, and then I reveal it. But yeah, as a published academic and a published science fiction author, I'm just appalled. I'm just appalled at the sheer mountain of evidence that shows that the truth is not being told here, and they're just going to bluff their way through it, and the younger fans are just going to let them away with it. It's so bad.
Yeah. Well, damn. So, Mark.
Well, I can do some show and tell.
What you got? You got some show and tell for us?
I got some show and tell. Yep, I had some, obviously
that.
some Star Trek show and tell, and
well, we always enjoy
some
that.
Other things. So. Let me move the mic to the other.
Okay, who's ready for some
show and
Mark
tell?
D show and tell? Looking
at.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second so you don't hear any banging.
Alrighty. Yep. Oh man, that's a pretty good book though, except for their acceptance of filthy, maggot-infested filth, of course. But so who out there besides Raquel? Just kidding, Raquel is going to watch Strange Screwed Squirrels.
You just made me ugly laugh.
Oh,
Say that again.
Strange Screwed Squirrels. That damn new show. I know Jill's gonna
Squirrel
watch
Girl's
it.
going to be on the new show.
Yes, you know that.
I'm
I'm
gonna
kidding,
go put my
Jill.
book back. I'll be right back, folks.
Okay, I'm kidding, Jill. I know you're not gonna watch that crap. Who is? Look, but by the way, look, I'm gonna sit through. Now that Raquel's not here to hear me say that, admit this, I will watch the first episode. And I know who else is gonna watch it. But
Don't forget, P Hard is on tonight too.
I can't watch that. I don't have it. I'm going to.
Strange screwed squirrels.
I just popped in there.
Just
So
love it.
I'll watch the first episode. I know Raquel's gonna definitely watch it.
No, I'm not.
I know she's like they believe me. They know you're not. So but who else out there is gonna watch that Garbaggio?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't blame you. There could not be reached.
You just don't
So-
do it. Do you know what I mean?
So we'll
Because
show
the
some
people
cool
who's the people
talk
who
about
are
good stuff.
involved have shown who they are. There's nothing.
I did watch Red Letter Media's. They hate the show so much that they've been putting off reviewing P Hard. So today they went on for a couple of weeks. Today they've reviewed episodes 6, 7, 8, and 9. I mean, they released their review of that. It's about 50-something minutes long, and I watched that today.
All
Man,
together.
they were hilarious.
They couldn't do separate episodes. They couldn't handle it.
No,
They
they
had to put
hate
them
it
all
so
together.
much, and they're just like, oh man, when they tortured poor old Rich. Man, Rich was he was dying. It was, and Mike just about. I love Mike. You got to see it. Mike, for those of you, I don't know if any of you all know are familiar with RLM. Man, he was, when he got serious for a minute there, then he says that they're going to review the last one, and that's it. He's out. He said, and he is one of those that it's kind of ruined his love for because he was a big Next Gen
It didn't
fan.
help.
It's ruined Next Gen for him.
the other stuff. Yeah.
It
No.
sure has. It destroyed it. Good job, everyone.
Now there are people who it didn't ruin it for, but people that it did. So, yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, that was
right.
an interesting episode.
So we got some good stuff here though. So this has never been out of the. I guess I'll open this up. This is Star Trek.
Don't
movie
you
cards.
dare. Don't open
Well, it's in a
that.
You got to open it.
I gotta show it. Look at it. I found this in the basement. Who cares? Yeah, I mean I care.
Oh
Here,
my
let's-
God.
Well, I'll pull
Why
the
are
cards.
you opening this? Shin
It's
Show
open
kicks.
already.
everyone. To show
Deploy the
everyone.
shin kicks.
It's open already, though, isn't it?
It's open on this end. Yep.
Oh,
Well, I'll
it's
pull them
open
out
ended
here. I'll
already.
pull them out this way. So
So to speak.
there we go. So I'll leave the plastic there. So anyone recognize this guy? These are the movie cards. Let me back out here. Sorry.
I still can't see. Gotta move up a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta move up a little bit.
Mr. Woof.
I apologize for the glare, but there's Mr. Woof. Yep.
Is that a Klingon glare?
Yeah. So these are 1991 Paramounts. I love all these, movie memorabilia, and that's David Bowie's wife.
Yep. Iman.
There you go.
Beautiful lady.
She's gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the most beautiful women in all of motion picture. Just
Oh, there we go.
gorgeous.
There's no glare if I go like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So of course, Kirk always finds the gorgeous ladies, right? Yep.
Of course. Well, they find him. Come on.
They find
now.
him. Yep. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Oh, this is a nice one.
Yeah,
I
it
should
is.
frame this and put this up.
That's gorgeous.
And of course, this is
Oh.
Purple Blood. Let's tilt this so it's not as Gorkon. Oh, this is a great one. Oh,
Chancellor
this is a nice
Gorkon.
one. That's a great portrait.
That's a great picture. And poor Marc Leonard. What did he say again about the way that they treated him and they treated his exit on TNG? What was the word he used? You could tell that the production was filled with people who were rather chintzy. He did not hold back. Mark was so disappointed in the way that they treated him and the way that they
Can't blame
treated
him.
his character.
I guess you can't blame him, really.
No, that
like-
was the word he used, right?
Yeah,
Clobby,
something
it was
like that, yeah.
chintzy,
So.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it
Chintzy.
was chintzy. He said.
Yeah. So this is Kim
Mind the
Cattrall.
Oh, I love her. Even with
Sex
that
and the City.
ridiculous hair, I love her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this scene here. I mean, this movie aggravates me, though.
I know, but there's some great stuff in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Guess who's
there's
coming
still
to dinner?
good stuff in it. Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
our people are in it. But, oh, this stupid scene right here. Oh,
Too many sea bugs for
I've
Clobber.
not experienced Shakespeare. You've read him in the original Klingon.
Klingon.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
To
But
be
it's
or not to
fun,
be,
but
Captain.
it's fun but ridiculous. Yep. Zoom in to see the gah.
Gah.
Oh, this is another great portrait. I wonder if Nimoy had anything to do with these pictures because he's a photographer.
He is a very talented photographer.
That's a really cool introspective Spock photo.
Secret Selves. By Secret Selves.
Nice.
I'm not paid by the Nimoy family in any way. I just love Leonard Nimoy. And yes, he was a talented photographer.
Let's see if there's any other. So this is the Undiscovered Country Special Collector's Edition movie card. Contains
Nice.
8 classic images from the hit motion picture, suitable for framing. And why aren't they on your wall, Mark? Because you're out of wall space.
Yeah, we don't have. We need about 50 more walls.
You're just
Oh.
lucky that it was already open. If I have to
Yeah.
come down there,
What's the point of not opening it?
I know, just
check them out.
I know, but
You left
I
the
know,
wrap
I
on
know.
there at least.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the wrap
thank
on.
God for that.
Oh yeah, of course.
So there's the history of lobby card. You know, if you're a movie geek.
1913. Well,
Well,
yeah.
read
I
it.
used to have
Read it.
I used to have some Robbie cards.
Here we go.
I'd never even heard of lobby cards until I met you two geeks.
Mm.
So, would you please do us the honor of reading that, Mark, if you wouldn't mind,
Sure. Yep. Since the
for
first
the
flickering-
non-geeks, for the normies and the
non-geeks,
nerds.
Since the first flickering days of the two-reelers, lobby cards have been issued by all the major movie studios to publicize their films. Theater owners acquired these 11 by 14 placards as promotional materials for each new film.
Mm-hmm.
Lobby cards came into being in 1913. They're made in the original vertical format with soft tones of brown, purple, and blue tinted images, well, not color. The standard number of lobby cards printed ran from 6 to 8 in the set, one being the title card, the accompanying images being the scene cards.
Mm.
Even though the enormous quantities of these precious lobby cards were printed, the majority was discarded after the. It should have been were discarded, right?
Yes,
Majority
should be
were discarded. Were discarded after the movie had played its run. I was just checking with the grammar police there. The remainder of known scattered lobby cards have fallen into the hands of movie memorabilia collectors and geeks. The constant search and trading keeps existing cards in circulation, ensures that this art form will not be lost or forgotten. Lobby cards, once a dying art form, are now recognized as a valuable treasure.
Beautiful. Nice and
So
nicely
that's that
read.
card.
Very nice.
Kal-El. Agreed,
Well, I guess-
Kal-El. David Warner and David Warner. Good.
Well, sorry, I was just going to say, I guess, which one is a title card here? Let's see if they have. It must have been the first one, I guess. Yeah. Maybe that's
Let's
the
see.
title. Would that be
Oh, yeah.
considered the title card? Or I'm not
That's
sure.
probably it. Yeah, Christopher Plummer was a great actor and pleasant, no doubt about it.
He was.
I'm so wanted to meet you, Captain. I'm not sure how to take that. Sincere admiration, Kirk, from one warrior to another. Right.
Let me put these back.
Cry havoc, and let's set the dogs of war.
It's true. Oliver Belamonte has stepped
Oliver.
into the room. Hello,
What about
Oliver.
it, Oliver? Says, Clobby, Marc, Raquel, any favorite Star Trek non-fleet ships?
Mhm.
Both, City, Starship, Klingon, Both, and, oh, I see what you're saying. I'm kind of partial to the old Klingon bird of prey. Excuse me, the Romulan bird of prey from Balance of Terra.
Oh yeah,
I like
that's
that
a great one.
But what would be another one?
You stole my answer.
Oh, I'm
of
sorry.
course, because I also love the story behind it about the model getting thrown out, but then they were also saying that the model was taken home by the model creator, and
Oops.
so and that he had permission to do so. So he stole my answer. That would
oops.
have been my answer, Captain.
You mean? Oh well, let's see. What's another one? A non-star. That's a good question. What's another non-Starfleet cool ship? I don't know. Most of them are
Board cube. No.
No.
Hey, Zen
No.
Zoltan. Hello there.
Yeah.
Zanzoltan.
Let's
I was
see
just
here.
reading about the bird of prey, and I can't remember why I was reading about it. And there was some argument about maybe because it only had impulse drive, and they were arguing about the Romulans not having warp drive.
They
at the
didn't have
time.
warp drive.
No, but I think that was BS. Because
They had
I think
warp
that
drive?
was a special ship that had it was impulse only because of the cloaking device. So there was an argument going on, and I think it was a relation to the new junk. But,
Yeah.
And then I was reading.
Tin Man too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tin Man was cool. Yeah.
I think I like Shran's ship from Enterprise.
Yeah, that's a good
Andorian
ship. Yeah, that's a good ship.
If I'm remembering the right one.
How about
Yeah,
when
so, so
Riker
what-
talks about the good ship Lollipop? The good ship Lollipop
Oh,
was
that's a great
not
ship there.
in Starfleet.
Hey, Max, opinion undiscovered Cliff's Eidemann soundtrack for Undiscovered Country. You mean like that opening music that they used for the opener? Or I don't know. Other than that, I don't. Who did the music for Undiscovered Country? It wasn't was it Cliff Eidemann?
Mm.
It
Can't
was.
remember now.
I mean, it's a great. If you're speaking strictly of the score for the film, I thought it was pretty good. But I know they used something called Cosmos as the opening the opening music credits music. That was not a traditional Star Trek theme, but I do like the soundtrack. If you're speaking strictly of the score, it is a good one. Damn him walking! Look at that.
Right,
Dead
Deadman.
Man Clan.
Oh, so what had happened with the Romulan bird of prey allegedly was the artist or the designer, I'm forgetting his name now, who designed the tricorder and everything. He was a non-union shop. So
That's
what had
right.
happened? So what had happened was they got in trouble because they weren't supposed to order anything from it. They could only get things that were off the shelf, quote unquote. So allegedly they had to, he had to take the model back, and then there was a controversy over him being not a union shop. So that was one speculation as to why the model potentially disappeared.
Well, no, in
Kinda
the
covered.
block text, she talks about the fact that they were basically dumping stuff in the garbage. Like they would use stuff and they would dump it in the garbage. And then there was someone had said that it had been lit on fire. And then, of course, I think the guy's last name was Wong.
Yeah, I think
Wong
it is,
or
yeah.
Wang.
Yeah.
But then they had discovered that it was in his contract that he was an independent artist providing materials to them, so he was within his legal right. And the truth has never been confirmed as
Yeah.
to what happened, right?
Yeah. So this here was back in the day when they would actually put comics on DVDs. Today they would never do this because they want you to stream them. But you could actually buy. So this was the complete comic book collection. So I'll zoom in here.
What?
Every Star Trek comic from 1967 to 2002. Over
Mhm.
500 complete printable comic
Got 'em.
books, printable, all annuals, and one DVD-ROM. So, they would never, ever do anything like this today. So, it's this small print, but you can see it if I zoom in. You've got all the gold keys, all the Peter Pan record comics, which are really cool. There's some great, and I got one on my wall right there. Those are fun to see. All the DC comics up until 2002. So you've got the first series, the Next Gen series.
But
You've
it's
got
not
DC
fun.
Malibu.
It's not fun. You can't touch it. They have no smell.
Well, I have a lot of these comic books too, but if you just want to read them again, so you've got
No,
Deep
but-
Space Nine, the
but
1980
half
series.
the fun is smelling them and touching them and
I
and
know,
having
but
them
if
in
you're a
front of you.
completist, so you're missing a few issues, or then they even got the Wildstorm comics on here. Star Trek Voyager, Star Trek Special #1.
you're such a geek.
Yeah, and then you've got all the, you've got, they're showing all the classic issues there. So
Only Mark would think it's vital to not only have the physical copies, but the digital copies as well.
look, I'm sure CLOBBERIN Times has this, right?
Which one?
This DVD, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I have a. Yeah, a buddy made me a copy of that.
So here's
Is that the one with all the comics?
all the comics up to 2002. Yep.
Yes. Someone else we know about who happens to be in this stream will own a copy soon.
Yeah. So imagine having an Intel Pentium processor with Windows XP. Wow. Windows Professional.
That's a very long time ago.
Oh, Windows 2000, my favorite version of Windows 2000. Yep. So
I didn't mind Windows 97.
2008. 2008. Oh, okay.
Windows 95 wasn't that good, but 97 was pretty
Windows.
good.
I like Windows 2000. Yep.
By the way, sorry for the 4 choices, but they only give you 4 choices for a poll, everyone. I couldn't put it in there, JT. They only give you 4, JT. So you have to vote for the ones we could do. I would have done 10 categories if they'd let me.
Let me.
But I would have put that in there, JT, if I could.
So
The
here's
poll only lets you do 4 that I know of. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I've never tried to do a bunch. I've only tried to do 2, but yep. Oh, look at this.
Oh, nice. Ooh.
All right, what you got here?
Ah.
Complete
What is
comic
that?
book collection. Well, that's a
the one.
DVD.
Someone made me a copy of that.
So, yep.
Steve Mitchum, if you start putting DOS in the chat, your agonizer, please, sir.
What?
So, and then it's funny. They made there's like nothing in there. They just made it, thicker. They put, I don't know what's empty box there, but just to make the standard software package size. But that's a cool cover. I like that. Yep.
That is totally cool.
So then we've got, this is another one of my favorite books.
Oh.
Inside Star Trek.
Yep, that I have.
Ooh.
This is,
And you have that too. You have that too, don't you, Raquel? Pretty sure.
I don't have that one.
not yet.
I don't have the physical
yet.
copy of that one. Let me check.
This is
Not yet.
No, I don't have that one. I'd have to check my other library in the other room, but I don't think I have that one.
Well, I got you. No
I would know. I would have read it. I might have read that one digitally, boss man.
Gotcha. It's a great one.
yeah. So it's I might have gotten this for $5 in a used bookstore, but
What?
Oh yeah.
You couldn't make me use the F word. What's your problem, man? Can I please see the TOC?
No.
Yep. Just go to the TOC for me, please, boss. Yeah, that's
Table of
gorge.
contents.
Can I see that?
Don't let her see it. Don't let her see it. No.
Yeah. Get on board. Magic time. Yeah. Nice. Genesis, the 2 pilots. This is great. Okay, can you go up a little, go down a little bit so we can see the first season, A Struggle for Life? Yeah, I think I've read this one digitally, but I don't have a physical copy of it. Isn't it sexy? God, look at how beautiful it is.
it smells good too.
Good book.
Oh, I bet it smells like heaven.
I wonder if they
What year?
mentioned
What
Robert
year?
April in this.
What
Well, this
year?
was
I
when was
got
this?
my copy right over here because I was looking at that recently.
I don't think it's that old, is it?
What
Was it-
year? What year? Let's see what it
90s?
smells like. Oh, it still smells good if it's 90s.
From the 90s. Purdy Shore. From the dying 90s.
There's Gary.
Nice.
Where no man has gone before. Yeah, so this is a great read. So this is really good.
Of course.
Lucy and Desi.
Yep.
Lucy. Here's to you, Lucy, too, Lucy. Let's babaloo, Lucy.
Yeah, I wonder
Oh,
if they,
oh.
so is that
What?
the cage?
That's Jean on the left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know my guy. I know my guy anywhere.
Here's Steve.
Yeah, there's a lot of great pictures in here and cool stuff. Yeah.
Kal-El, I guess it could. They really, I mean, you know, the TNG one's really the motion picture one, as you well know. Look, I think the themes from First Contact, Jerry Goldsmith just really excelled himself on that score. That's a great soundtrack. Really good.
Oh,
One of his
Matthew
last
Pounder
works.
just called this Sniff Trek. It is Sniff Trek. So this is yeah, like nerds, we love the smell of books. Oh my God, I absolutely, there are distinct smells in different libraries, judging how old the libraries are and how much wood is in the paneling in the libraries. And all the books smell so good. Sometimes they smell like cigarettes, wine. I'm not a smoker, but it's just like the lingering smell of it.
Yeah.
And wood. So it's like you wind up like smelling like sherry or wine and cigarettes and golf green or like old leaves. Oh my God, I love the way books smell. There are so many memories in there.
Nice.
And this Yeoman Smith was gorgeous too. I wish
She was gorgeous. Yeah.
Oh my God, she is gorgeous.
Where?
And I love the way that he
Yeah.
explains her. The way that he explains her in 1964 as like being this brilliant bookkeeper, and like she basically made sure that all the logic, all the logistics of the human relations and things, the way that the captain was communicating with Starfleet and command was all run through her. And I love this whole idea about her being a bookkeeper as well, right? I absolutely love that. I have the.
But they also say that provides a welcome change of scenery for eyes that have spent long hours scanning the vast reaches of space. So
yes, sexist,
sexist
damn
stuff. Yeah.
Sexist pigs.
I wonder if they mention April in there.
It's not sexist.
Yeah, you think you're sexist. Oh my God, you're so problematic.
Not sexist. I just have to get. Hold on for 1 second. I'll just get the description here. Hold on.
Jill.
Yeah, she was gorgeous. Yeah,
But
that's Charles Bronson's
Charles
wife.
Bronson. You think he was scared of Charles Bronson?
I'd be. Yeah.
Why does thing only let you do 4 entries? That pisses me off. I want to do like 6, 7. But look,
Star Trek.
Okay, so you guys want to hear how Gene described the yeoman?
Sure.
Okay, listen to this. These are Gene's own words. The captain's yeoman, except for problems in naval parlance, J.M. Colt would be called a yeowoman. With a strip queen figure, even a uniform cannot hide. Colt serves as captain's secretary, reporter, bookkeeper, and with surprising efficiency. She undoubtedly dreams of serving Robert April with equal efficiency in more personal departments. So it's just, I love this idea of what the yeoman can do, and that she's really running things for Captain April, Robert April, behind the scenes. And of course, that description is from The Making of Star Trek by Stephen E. Whitfield and Gene Roddenberry, 1968, and that was from page 30. That is Gene's description of the original yeoman.
Oh, it was Hua Chang
Nice.
developed.
Yes,
the amazing,
that's it.
the amazing designer. Yep, I shouldn't forget that name. But yeah, he was a communicator, and of course the tricorder that's coming out soon from the One Company that we're all looking for. Yeah, there's the invoice for that.
All right, Pop Culture Republic, you take care. Good to see you. Thank you.
Pop's
Thank you
leaving.
for stopping in.
Night, Pop.
Take care, Pop. So yeah, some great photos in here. I kind of love
Why do we
these,
always
like with the
forget
bridge.
his name? The
I don't know.
Chang
We
guy.
shouldn't. He's so amazing too. So.
Yeah.
Yes, and we love him. We respect his work.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Man. Well, the votes keep going up. And original series is killing. But TNG's hanging in there, but that's still TNG almost doesn't count, as Goldsmith did it from motion picture first. But TNG doesn't have its own identity that way. What surprises me is DS9 at 8% and Voyager at only 4. As much as I think DS9's a better show, Voyager, that Jerry Goldsmith thing for Voyager is really beautiful. I always thought. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, no, it's good too. Yeah. Well, let me show you that original
James
book.
version
That,
of the whoa! Go. What are you doing? Put the book back.
She's reading.
oh, you're reading?
Move it over a little bit so we can see.
Yeah, let her read.
Okay,
Let
sorry.
me read the damn book.
what do you want to
Okay, go up
read?
a little bit.
She wants to read the whole thing. Good, right? We'll read it on the
James'
air.
version of the ship's yeoman role came straight out of old Hollywood movies, cute and shapely, and cute and bubbly, and cute and not too bright, and cute. Laurel Goodwin as Yeoman Colt fit Jean's vision for the first pilot. Hey, he didn't describe her as not too bright. He described her as a reporter and a bookkeeper. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
you
they
liar
didn't say
pants.
She wasn't. Yeah, they didn't say that about her.
But she was swept away by the NBC broom. Model Andrea Drom, also fitting the mold, came aboard for the second pilot as Yeoman Smith. Actually, it was a non-part, but during the casting process, director Jimmy Goldstone overheard Jean say, "I'm hiring her because I want to score with her." It was not only a non-part. I'm sure it was a non-score as well. By the way, these people talk about Gene Roddenberry, and especially when you catch them in a lie, Gene Roddenberry never described Yeoman Colt as cute and not too bright. Why would he make her in charge of the entire? She was the secretary, reporter, and bookkeeper for a starship. What are you talking about? These guys, shin kicks.
Now this girl right here, that's not Colt. Colt was in the cage.
Yes, Colt was in the
so
cage.
She's from When No Man Has Gone Before.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the wrong
she's
picture.
even more beautiful.
She's gorgeous. So yeah.
Wonderful.
So we got that. So this book might end up in Canada. We'll see.
Oh my god!
But,
oh my god! You're crazy. If you did that, I would die. I'd faint.
That's the one I bought. I got it in the.
Well, because of me, we've been keeping you for a year. But I'm sending something to Mark tomorrow that will make at least the first leg of the journey. It's only been a year, for God's sake, and it's my fault.
JT Kirk says we're going to get a whole YouTube channel of Raquel reading us books on camera like this. Just wait.
Yep, that's
JT
right.
Kirk,
It's coming. Star Trek books.
I've thought of doing that, but I'm just worried about the copyright issues.
Yeah, Brightest Day got in trouble for that. So.
Okay, folks, we have winners here. The original series, 65%. The original series theme. TNG, 23%. Wow. Well, that's a great theme, even though it was better in the movie. DS9 at 7 and poor old Voyager at 3 out of 26 votes.
Oh my God.
Goodness.
Look at this beautiful book. And look at you
Nice.
not even breaking the spine. Oh,
Well,
there's a
yeah,
nerd inside of you.
Oh, it's been opened. It's been
And
yes, but there's a nerd
I just
inside of
noticed
you,
that
Mark.
here. I don't know how that got there.
I got news for you with nerd. Let me tell you something. Comic book geeks are treat not just comic books like that. We treat our paperbacks and our book like that too. I want my. I mean, if I can, if I buy a book off the shelf new like that, one of these, especially these small tray little paperbacks, I don't break that spine.
No, oh, they love you.
No, just like I don't want anybody messing up my magazines or comics. Same deal.
No, yeah, exactly.
Well, I have I have like 5 or 6 copies of this book, but this is
if
the
you want
first
a reading
edition.
copy,
Oh
yeah.
I didn't realize that I grabbed the first edition.
Oh, BC's got to leave. Pleasant Valley Picker has to leave.
BC,
honey.
be good. Thank
He
you
says,
so much.
as much as I'm loving this, I gotta go. Crazy stuff happening here the next few days. We'll pop in on Saturday. Bye, folks. Is that because it's Mother's Day? And were you picking?
That's right. Mother's Day coming up.
And if you were picking, what were you picking? Anyway, we'll talk on Saturday. And take it easy. And thank you for stopping in. And please say Happy Mother's Day to all the ladies in your life on, it's Sunday. Sunday is Mother's Day.
So I love this because this is take care, BC. Yep, this was I love. They have all the drawings as the engineer, like
of course
they had the scale, and then they had
Wolfie.
You could find out how
Kirk, Mark,
big the Enterprise is. It's like this is so cool. It's like the Enterprise is 947 feet long. And when you'd argue with people, and you're like, "How long is the nacelle?" And the nacelle is 504 feet. You know, it's like, you know, you just love this stuff. So you've actually got, you know, got the dimensions. And of course, it should have been metric, but and then you've got the scale in feet there. So it's just so
Could not be reached for further comment says,
Right.
I always had to hide my books from my dad. He's a criminal spine breaker. The only thing worse than the spine breaker is the spine breaker who then folds the front over the back.
Oh,
Those people, not even
Oh,
shin kicks.
I've
not
seen
even
people do
shin
that to
kicks.
comic books.
Those people.
In
Those are
magazines.
bad people.
Bad. And not only that, as far as books are concerned, folks, it tells me that goose-stepping morons like yourself should be try reading books instead of burning them. What's that from?
Right.
You know what that's from, Mark?
yes, I do. That's oh God, that's not Fahrenheit 450. No, what is that from? That's
Junior,
no.
Junior, you call this archaeology?
Oh yes, Indiana Jones. Yep, the Last
And
Crusade.
Last Crusade, yes. I love
I
it.
knew it was in my brain somewhere.
I
Here's
love
the
that
sketch
movie.
of the briefing. This is
Turn
you know
to
that
page
book.
111. Oh, no. I know what I want you to...
Let's
Hold on for
sail
a
into
second.
history.
Hold on. I'll get you a page that I want you to look up. I'll get you a page that I want you
Wow,
to look
we're
Okay.
looking at Trek books here, folks. Did anybody read any old Star Trek novels back then? This was Star Trek back then. Books, young man, books.
Well, this was
When I
this
was
was
your age,
exactly
Star Trek
the
was called books.
and
Go
this
to
is, I
page
think,
48. Go to
This is-
page 48.
I think this is one of the first books. Well, here I'm on this page. Look how cool this
Whoa!
became
yeah.
a medical.
Oh, I love that.
Sign ship too. So that's
That the
inverted. Yeah, that's
the
the
pasture
original.
became
One of
the
the original
pasture,
designs.
sort of,
Yeah, and then here's another
didn't it?
original design. So this I think I'm guessing was one of the first Star Trek books. Early sketches of Enterprise. Yep. So they used
1968. It was the first nonfiction Star Trek book, probably.
I'm guessing, right? I mean,
1968. I mean, the show was still on.
yeah. So,
I think it probably
let's see,
was.
What'd you want me to read, Raquel?
Go to
Or so?
page
Claude, you still there? I
48.
bet you have
This is
this.
page 48. Yep.
I bet
Okay.
Minimus has this.
Go to the area where it says, at the survivor encampment. There's the crab creatures. There's the crab.
Yeah.
See? Crab creatures.
Captain April, the crab creature at the visor controls turn from the screen using claw snap and clatter for speech, and two other of the creatures respond to the message and depart. But it's a good thing Fred, what's his face, created that.
This is what I'm talking about. There's a full story there. Dun 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 dun. Full story.
It
You
belongs
son
in the
of a
museum.
motherless goat.
So do you, Dr. Jones. I like Eric. Eric, I cannot let and even the smallest of quote go by because I'm a quoting fan. So there you go. I love that movie.
And I got to find. I had the USS Enterprise superimposed over the Enterprise spaceship. That's one of these pages. One of my all-time favorite pages in this book. I'm trying not to mess up the book as I find it. And I had it before. I should have stuck a piece of paper in there to bookmark it. Where is that hiding?
Go to
So it
page
shows you how
49.
big the Enterprise is relative to an aircraft carrier.
Go
It's
to
not
page
this-
49 when you're done here.
Okay, let me see if I can find that. Oh, here we go. It's coming up. Oh, yeah, this is the money shot. So this is what I loved as a kid, too. This having this page here. There's the USS Enterprise and the Enterprise
Beaut.
superimposed on each other. And that was just like so cool to
Beaut.
read that. And then having, the feet here and then the different decks.
I know. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah,
We
and
take
then,
all of
course,
this for
here-
granted now.
Yeah, it's so easy to get, but then that's it. But this was like, David, I know how long the Enterprise is. I bet you don't know how long it is. And then people are like, who gives a crap? What do you mean, who gives a crap? How could you not want to know how long the Enterprise is? So, and for reference, just so we all know for the trivia question, what did I say it was? 963 feet? And I'm forgetting now. And I just
900
games.
versus 500? Is it 502 for the nacelle or nacelle? Don't correct me. Scuba Pete!
Hey,
And they call him
Pete.
Scuba Pete. What's up, Scuba?
And you wanted me to go to page 48, was it?
No, go to page
49.
49 because I want to read
49.
you about the body bag.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's important, right? Because Clubby, before the show started, he's like, so tell me about these distinctions that you see in the way that they discuss it. Okay, so go down to the part where it says, and in the same instant, the two crab-like creatures silently emerge from a trap door in the rock formation, immediately behind April, expertly enmeshing him in a plastic bag of extraordinary strength, drag the struggling Enterprise captain, April, back into a metal-lined underground passage as his struggles grow feebler and he falls unconscious. So this is what I'm saying, guys. It's an entirely different story. It is a completed story. It wasn't just a name. 67 entries, a significantly, it's a story. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking about it now, but I love you all.
Nope.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm glad you did it, though. It needed to be done. Defending Gene's honor. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. And that's a
He's not
beautiful
here to defend
book.
himself. Nice stuff, dude.
Yeah, so it's his theme from Gene Roddenberry. So if you can sing it, yep.
No one's singing that.
And then is there a forward on this book? Let's say introduction. Just let's see who this is. But this must be by Whitfield. Yep. So I'm just going to
wrote the intro.
Yeah, Stephen E. Whitfield.
Is it?
Yep.
Is it? Yeah.
Yep. Yep. I just was wondering if Gene had anything there, but Gene is obviously credited on this book, and the first edition has this cover with Kirk and Spock. So I don't know how
you're
that,
killing me. Look at how gorgeous that is.
I don't know how that ding got in there.
Okay, who
I
cares?
didn't just help the. Well, I like things being perfect, but here.
I know, but look at how pretty it is.
It happens.
Yeah. That was a lucky find. Yep. So I happened to find this in the basement next to my other.
Hey, Warrior Magazine. Oh my God, laser wrist press button.
I found this next to
Marvel Man.
some of the Star Trek stuff.
Look at her beautiful hair.
It's got Steve Dillon cover. You got V for Vendetta in there.
And I just looked this up, and this ain't cheap. This one.
No, that's issue number one.
Lucky.
I don't know. I can't remember if I have. I know Claude has it. I don't know if I have this one or not. For those who don't know, Quality Publications Warrior Magazine here is a British magazine from the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, one of those. And it has the first appearance of not only V for Vendetta, but Marvel Man, later to be Miracle Man. But so a lot of Alan Moore work in here. And Warrior was great. I have almost every issue. Anyway.
I don't remember getting these, but I've had them in a bag.
One right there, man. That's amazing.
I didn't even
How much
really
are they
stored
worth
that.
right now?
Over $1,000.
Holy shimolians! I
So
also
don't tell the
love
missus,
it when
'cause she's gonna
Scuba Pete
sell
walks
it
in the
on
door
me.
now. People yell, "Scoobs!"
Scoobs.
I don't even know if I'm gonna open this up. Just kidding.
No, don't. It's worth
Oh, we
1,000
gotta show it.
Nice book.
shimolians.
Get it in the bag. And by the way, they won't fit in a regular magazine bag.
Yeah, so I don't know.
You're going to need a Treasury edition bag. I'm going to see if I can find you some of my Treasury bags and boards.
Yeah, you
I
got to
don't have
bag
many
and board
left.
that. Ooh, boobies!
We can't get in trouble
Chesticles.
with pictures in
Chesticle
that we're gonna
alert.
get in trouble
Chesticle
for in this
alert.
Clubby, right?
What's that now?
There's no nudity in this magazine, right?
No. Well, it is British.
Yeah, it's British. Yeah, that's I'm going to go very gently.
Look, so you have the first Marvel Man story in there.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim's Talk. Good to see you.
Jim's Talk, you're
but-
here for the chesticles. You
Yeah.
arrived right at the chesticles time.
David Lloyd just passed away a couple of weeks ago, too. Maybe that made this story, the money go up on that Marvel Man story. And again, that's Alan's. It's got, this is worth so much because it's got the first Marvel Man and the first V for Vendetta, both by some of Alan Moore's first work. Of course, it's expensive.
This is a good find in my basement. Jeez,
Hey,
it wasn't even in a
shitting me?
good
No.
bag. I didn't even know.
Careful turning
I
the
forgot I
pages.
had it. Yeah.
You're going to have to get a Treasury bag and board. If I have any, I'll send you one, but I don't know if I have any more. I was going to because you need one for your other treasury edition.
I gotta get
tabloid
my
that you have
treasures
as well.
in that. Yeah,
And I may have still some line around here.
there's a crease here on this
Oh.
page in the cover.
Ah, well, look at Alan Moore.
Well, there's the crazy
Look at
guy.
Alan Moore. That's Alan Moore's crazy face. Looking
That
at.
guy's a lunatic.
Yes, he is. I love that. I love that lunatic. Crazy
So-
man.
So I had
Very
that. I had
careful.
this in the bag,
Simoleons.
and we were very
What
careful
are
with
those trade
that.
for
Now,
US dollars?
I'm like-
Simoleons.
I'm like I had.
Oh,
had
there
that.
you go.
I got number
my
1,
God,
2,
number
and
2.
3 in the bag. I hit the jackpot.
Holy crap, dude! That's probably up there too. Sometimes 2s are almost as expensive as number 1s.
How much
Yeah.
is this one worth, Mark?
I don't think it was. I looked it up. I don't think it was as much. Let me check. I thought it was only
From
200, but
Kubota. Yeah, in this case, this is the first appearance of, V for Vendetta and Marvin. Number 1's going to be worth more, but 2's up there though.
well, they're saying
All
one.
right, JD Lewis.
Who the heck knows if it's graded or the way things go.
What needs to be graded? You might want to send that
JD's
number 1 to
leaving.
CD. JD, take it easy, man.
Yeah, night, JD. Thank you for coming,
Take
honey.
care,
We'll
JD.
see you on
You
Saturday.
might want to send that number 1 to CDC.
I probably should, right? Yeah. I don't know if I should have
Get that
that
bitch slabbed.
that back cover pressed. I wonder if it's worth getting that pressed.
Let me see. Well, still, I mean, obviously it's got the crease there, but still, I mean, they could. I don't know. I guess they make a slab that'll hold that. It'll be an unusual size slab. That's a Brian Boland cover for Forbidden Planet. Forbidden Planet Comics, the
Yep.
comic shop. That's Brian Boland art, dude. That's unbelievable.
So I don't
Oh,
remember
Chris
when I got
Persia,
these.
he says, time
All right,
for
Chris
this
Persia, take it easy, buddy.
to mosey on to bed. Good night, all. I'll catch the
Take care,
rest
Chris.
on the morrow.
Be
Chris
good, bud.
Persia, millions of kisses for your face.
I love Warrior magazine. I think I
And the
might still have
format
it.
is great. This tabloid format is just so awesome.
I gotta go check my Warrior magazine. See, I know Claude probably has them all. I missed some early on, but I know I went back. Pretty sure I went back and got them all.
I've had
so
this.
long.
I've had this next to my Star Trek calendars forever, and I forgot they were there because I never kept them with my comic collection. And I went to get those
That's not real.
some records tonight and some things. I'm like, oh, I got to do some show and tell,
You get those Trek records,
and I'll show them in a
Neil
second.
Adams
And,
covers. Yeah.
these are video discs, but I was looking.
Nice.
So wait a minute, this is Warrior 1, 2, and 3. I'm like, what's?
I love Axel Press Button.
And then of course I got the
Mhm.
trifecta. So
When did you
It's
get
great.
them?
I don't remember now, unless a
You're
friend
not old
gave
enough to
it
have
to
bought that off the rack.
me. Yeah, what year were these?
Well, it was early '80s, but they weren't on.
Yeah.
They were. I mean, you could get them over here, but it wasn't easy to get.
I
them.
definitely didn't buy them off.
They weren't
no, I
on. They
definitely
weren't
didn't buy
on
'em.
comic racks. I mean, we had to order them from our distributor.
Everyone's fading. JT Kirk, I gotta head out too. I work in 6
All
and a
right,
half
JT,
hours.
be good, man.
Okay,
Thank you so
JT.
much.
JT, mwah, 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 mwah.
Thank you so much, JT.
Unless
love
I
it.
bought them at a con or something, and just the guy had them 1, 2, and 3. I mean, maybe I bought them like in the
That's
90s, and
crazy.
just
I don't
I
know,
don't
man.
remember where I got
I mean,
these.
they weren't easy to find. I can tell you that. I mean, I think I used to order them through one of our distributors because I wanted every issue. You got Marvel Man in there, and you got V for Vendetta. It's just
Yeah, it says Warriors Copyright Quality Communications 1974 82. Okay, so this must have been 82,
quality.
right?
So
July
right, that was
82, there it is. Yep.
right around time. But what a year, huh?
Yeah,
Because-
great year. God.
Rathacon,
Yeah,
Hercules miniseries, and Wolverine, and some stuff.
yeah. Look at the great.
Oh
art.
man,
Well, I mean, you could say like Miracle Man was really Captain Marvel, right? But
Marvel Man
totally
pretty much
redone-
is. Yeah,
But
he was Marvel Man
totally-
at this point. They had to change it to Miracle Man when they started reprinting it in the States.
Yeah,
But yes, and their V for Vendetta's early issues there. So because Marvel Man was just made in the 50s because Captain Marvel stopped being made because of DC screwed him over. And in the Great Britain, Captain Marvel comics sold by the passel. So they decided, they just created a character called Marvel Man. It was an exact ripoff. And, in the 50s
Yep.
and 60s, and he sold for a while there. So when they came to Warrior, they said, well, now that Captain Marvel's back, he's just a blatant ripoff anyway that was used to make money. Go ahead, Alan, take him and pervert the hell out of him for all we care.
yeah,
And boy, did he ever. Whew, did he too.
Maybe I'll read that digitally. I'm not going to open this up again.
Right.
but I'm going to get.
You
I
should
think
read
I did
Marvel
buy
Man.
some Life magazine backing
magazine
boards. I wonder
bags
if
would
that-
probably.
I wonder if
do
those
it.
will fit. Yeah, I did buy a bunch of Life magazine bags, so because I had some cool comics, or magazines, I should say.
You
like,
should, read, you
Star
should
Trek.
read Marvel Man / Miracle Man. That's for sure.
Right,
I've read-
Scuba
I've-
Pete? It's like he has a museum. It's like Mark lives in a museum.
Well, I
Wow.
have read the newer stuff, and I've read some of the older stuff, but so here we've got.
Nice.
No one's going to recognize these. What these are?
Whoa. What in the holy? Oh, laser discs. Oh my God.
This is an RCA
Two-sided ones, right?
Spectravision disc. No, this is an RCA disc actually.
Oh, shite.
So this
Nice.
was another format. I'll
Look at
open
that.
it up to show you how you slide it. So this is
Do you still have the
Graphic
Spectral
Con.
Vision player?
no, I've never played this. Let's see. I think you can slide it.
Wow.
Peek inside. Let me see.
That's
Forgetting how it
incredible.
works. It's basically like a record in here. But there's a
'Cause
way
some of the
to.
laser discs were two-sided, right? You had to turn them over in the middle of the
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah. And unfortunately, this one had been dinged up here, but I bought it for the cool. Well, what I was going to do is I was going to put this, with the back here. So what I like to do is buy two of everything, so
All right,
then I
Max.
could have.
Good night,
Take care,
buddy.
Max. Yep. Just you have two,
Night,
so
Max.
you could have one on the wall, and then facing front, and then facing back. So this could be the display for the rear. To show both sides of the album.
Don't display
There's one
your rear. Max, we'll see you on
Maybe-
Saturday, honey.
Yeah, I worded that poorly. Yep.
Wow.
So this, I'm trying to
Merciless.
remember how this
Merciless.
sucker. But if someone Googles it, looks it up, it's capacitance electronic disc system. It's apparent RCA, so it's RCA video disc. So it was a competing format to the laser disc, and there's a way to. Slide this sucker open. I'm gonna break it, but it basically looks like a record in there. It was on
Nice.
eBay. I'm
Yeah,
like,
you have to pull it out.
yeah,
When'd
but
you-
you can't
you
even
bought
actually
it?
pull it out. But it it kind of ejects a little bit.
You
I'm trying to
those
remember
from
how
eBay?
it worked. Yep, off of eBay. Yep.
Oh,
It kind of like you put it in the player, and then the player kind of ejects it itself. But there's a spring-loaded system, so I've done it before. But I don't want to break anything. But it's kind of cool to look at the disc. Just to see. It looks like a big record. So of course you got to have Wrath of Khan.
you do.
If I
Everybody has to have Wrath of Khan.
If I do, does that go? Come on. Engineers messing with things. There's got to be it's a catch and release. I think you got to do both at the. Whatever. I always got to break
Understand.
something. I got to break something on screen.
Hey.
But,
You can't open it. Scuba
You gotta
Pete
get-
says.
Yeah, you can't open that.
And Stephen M says, slightly off topic, but the Laserdisc set I'd love to get is the original Star Wars trilogy. It's got the best picture quality of the
Yep.
OT films before Lucas, quote unquote, improved them with the special editions.
Well, that's why he used those as his copy when he in the early 2000s, where he put on the because people were squawking about not being able to watch theatrical versions. So when he put out the regular, like the DVDs individually, he put a special feature on there that were the theatrical versions, and they were basically that Japanese laser disc. They were taken from those. So at least you could watch the real deal movie. The stupid ass special editions. God, I hate the special editions. I have had enough of
you.
you.
Of you!
I love it.
Yeah.
And of course, if you've watched Free Enterprise, the guys always talking about watching Laserdisc. So back in the day,
Yeah, that was their thing. Laser discs.
this is the only way you can get, Laserdisc, or this, is better, better quality. So it was, that was the way to get, because VHS really did suck. I mean, let's be honest. It was great to have that technology, but quality wise, it was it was a mess.
Yeah, I love
And
it. I love Trek 3.
So those are fun to have, and
Very
those aren't
cool.
up on the wall. But and then this was the last quick thing to show.
Oh wow,
This is my first Overstreet guide.
you're kidding me, man! Am I old? That's one of those later ones from like that. What? 90s?
Can you flip that over,
Is that
please?
80s?
Flip it over. Yeah, thanks.
That's a
sweetheart.
paperback, a little bitty paperback of it. I didn't know they made the little paperbacks that small.
Can you open it up? Can we see it?
Sure, yeah.
But this is
See what-
Wow.
there was a time when you had to wait a year to get a new price guide. They weren't every week; they weren't every month. The official, this is a paperback version. They used to call it the Overstreet comic book price guide. I still have some of the old ones, and they were way
This is
bigger
a
than this.
companion, I guess they call
This-
it.
And it
That
looks
don't-
as
that
though
doesn't look like the
somebody
regular
took
one.
this one into the tub to shop.
I actually remember reading this at the beach.
Oh, that's why.
I love we used to call it the Overpriced Comic Street Guide, actually.
And the print seems a lot smaller than when I first read it.
I didn't know they were putting it. I don't remember seeing it in that format very often. It used to be way, way bigger than that. All the ones I
Yeah.
ever had were big.
Yeah, so I
They did
guess
a
they're calling
hardcover to
this the
soft cover. Oh, that's a price guide companion. Okay, I see.
companion. Yeah.
Yeah, Overstreet. I got you. That's not.
Mark, you're so funny. You're of the age where your arms aren't long enough for your eyes.
Yeah. Let's see.
Sorry.
What X-Men. Let's see, like X-Men. Let's see. X-Men 94 is.
I had
Okay.
Hungry Boy. I every year I would not miss the Overstreet. Well, Overstreet, but again we started just jokingly calling it the overpriced comic street guide when we were going to make fun of it. But yep, you had to find out what your comics were worth. You had to wait once a year.
$105 for X-Men 94. Outrageous. I'm not paying it.
Outrageous. What year is this
Yeah.
book again?
88.
88.
So first burn X-Men.
It's just a companion book. so it's not the main one.
$32. Well, it must have had like most of the,
Yeah. Well, again, it was an update type thing because for the longest time they would just do one a year, and then collectors market, and then of course not too long around, but around this point or maybe a few years after it is when they started doing all those. They had started doing a monthly publication, and they would update comics more frequently because Wizards started doing it too.
What was the name of your comic store? Let's see if it's listed.
I doubt it. Mega City Comics. I don't remember listing it.
Was
What a
it
great
open
name.
in 88? Let's see.
88. I don't remember listing it, so it's in there.
Oh, they're listed by states. Oh, it's by state. Good.
Oh,
Let's go
see
to
what they got in Louisiana. See if there's a
Louisiana,
BSI
let's see.
Comics.
Michigan, Maryland.
No Louisiana.
Iowa.
Probably no Louisiana in there. Let's see.
Oh, here we go. Yep.
New Orleans.
Louisiana.
Let's see here.
Comic Book Enterprise.
Comic Emporium. Yeah, I used to
Emporium.
shop there. She tried to sell me that shop around that year. What else? Oh, not only that one, huh? Not just that one, huh? Any other ones?
Yeah,
About New
there
Orleans.
must be.
BSI's got to be in there. There's BSI Comics. That's a good friend of mine. He helped me start my own comics. The Bookworm's in there. Good. Well, she was kind of weird. And Comics Plus, he was a weirdo. And B&C and WG Giles wasn't actually a real shop. He was a dealer. And there's Jeppy. Look, I got see Jeppy shops over there. Oh, well, God, it brings back memories. But no, if that's 88, I never put myself to be listed in Overstreet that I could remember. I mean, it's possible.
I want you to have a comic book shop again. I want to go there.
No, I don't want one again. You couldn't give me a comic shop now.
I know.
I would not want one anymore. Well, if I got to do what I want with it, I probably change on that now. I probably would because I wouldn't carry any new crap.
Here's the definition of mint for everyone. Yep.
Near mint.
Oh no,
mint.
read that.
Can you read it while I hold it, or I
No,
can't?
well, no, not if you're moving it all around.
Here we go.
Near mint, almost perfect, tight spine, flat and clean, just enough minor defects of wear noticeable with close inspection to keep it out of the mint category. In other words, a small flake of color missing at a staple, corner, or edge, or slight discoloration on inside cover or pages. Near perfect cover gloss retained. This book is very valuable. This is cool.
But they forget something when all these progression gradings, it has to, and that's always aggravated me about this stuff. They rarely took into an account the age of the comic, which you have
As
to.
you're saying, relative to
In other words,
right?
some comics can't be that glossy But and so it varied as to age as well, but they never really were that specific at some of these grading things. Clobby, I think you will be very happy with the comic book store and podcast center I'm making for you, making you and Fallout 4. Oh my goodness, Snail, you're too kind. I'm trying to make it as welcoming and as geeky as your stream. So yeah, that's right. You did tell me you were putting it. He asked me the name of the shop all about. He's putting it in his game. Well,
Nice.
I'm honored. Come over to Mega City Comics. I did have a big old couch in there with a big TV and everyone just to come hang out, especially on Saturdays. Actually, Thursdays when they came to get the new books, that was party day. Most collectors of comics begin by buying new issues in mint condition and buying too many copies, thinking they're going to be worth something when they're not worth squat, and over speculating like jackasses, and then eventually 2 years later, when they realize they've spent all this money on something that's not worth a freaking damn thing because some jackass told them that comics are worth. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't really say that.
Everyone, I have to interject because crap. Zathras has to go, and he just wants to remind everyone that B5 is better than DS9.
You got that, everybody? Thank you, Zathras.
Look, and it does say this there, Clobbering. Serious, the panologist usually purchases extra copies of popular titles.
Like dumbasses. It doesn't say, forgot to write, like dumbasses.
Yeah.
And they're going to get stuck with crap because some moron, they saw some dumb idiot telling them comic books are worth something. See, what they would see is when comics started to attain some pretty good value in the 60s and 70s, whatever, become worth a lot because of how actually rare and old they really were. There would be articles of curiosity written in various magazines or something. And eventually it would get to Walter Cronkite, or Concrete, or Van Blather, or one of these guys, and it'd be one of their, small human interest stores. Comic books are Paul Whaps them worth a lot of money now. And these articles in magazines or sometimes on the news, they would talk about some comics being worth a little bit of money, which were true. But that would bring people out of the woodwork and just think all comics are going to be worth something. And it was led to some fun conversations. Let me just put it like that.
Yeah. Let's see what Action Comics #1 is worth in here.
People say, so what's your most valuable comic? I say, well, I bought one for 50 cents the other day.
Action Comics #2 or #1 here.
Oh, Lord. But at this point, though, it's still going to be up there. Jesus Christ, dude. Let's see, 2 in good, $6.75. Can you imagine in good now? What that would be like? Add about 5 more zeros on it to that.
Holy S. I don't want to
look
swear.
Up Fantastic Four #1.
Yeah.
Because back then I ended up, a few years before that, I snagged an issue #1, but it was in horrible condition, but I still got it for like $30.
But Dad, $28,000. I don't need to go to college. But it will be worth millions in 30 years. Yeah.
You're right.
Oh my God.
What? Where are we at? Let's see here. In the crappiest of condition, $150. I got one for like $30 or $4, $40 at one point in 83 or 4, but it was really bad off.
$1,400.
Speaking of Fantastic Four, what do you guys think about these renderings of Keanu Reeves in Fantastic Four and Marvel, and the fact that all these people are saying that Kevin Feige fellow has been basically offering everything to Keanu Reeves every time they pull a script together. What do you think of Keanu Reeves being in the Fantastic Four, Captain?
What do they want him to play? Dr. Doom or Mr. Fantastic? Because
actually, I believe there are artistic renderings or like digital imaging of both.
I thought it was the guy from The Office they wanted to get for Reed Richards. No, he wants Keanu Reeves.
This whole thing, Keanu Reeves thing, is blowing up like to the point where I don't know. It almost seems like they're trying to find out what Marvel fans want to see. So I watched a YouTube video today of people just basically saying, hey, like where do you want Keanu Reeves? Because we want to put him somewhere. But I mean,
what I want
older.
a time machine so I could get $35 and go buy that issue number.
I don't want him playing either. I mean, I like him. I like him. Okay,
Yeah.
don't want him playing Reed. I don't want him playing Ben. I don't want him playing Doctor Doom. I
If
don't
you could
want
put him anywhere, where would you put him?
He could play other types of characters, I guess. But I don't think I don't know, man. I like him. I mean, I think he's a nice guy too. I don't know where I would want him in the Marvel universe. Could he? Wow, that's a good question, Zach.
I think what you're doing right now is putting on air what's happening in behind the scenes in every home in the Western world. People really want Keanu Reeves because he's such a nice person, and he's such
He
a
is.
and he does these kind of roles. Like, I mean, it's not like he's known as some world-class actor. He's made a lot of bombs, but you know, he does these types of characters. He does them justice. So I just wonder where they're going to put him, because it seems like everyone wants him, but no one knows where he's going to fit.
I'd let him play Ghost Rider. He'd be better than
Do you know
Nicolas
that
Cage.
there's an artistic rendering of that on the internet of him as Ghost Rider?
Oh, that would work. He'd be better than Nicolas Cage. And oh boy, Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider is pretty bad.
Yeah,
But he's a serious kind of a guy. He can play the serious, intense character.
yeah.
He cannot handle the dialogue that would be necessary to be Reed Richards. But Mark, apparently you didn't listen to all those spoilers.
I know. I can't. I'm not
You
saying
know what?
anything.
You
I'm
can't say
not
anything
saying.
either.
Yeah, I can't say anything. Yeah.
But I'd have to tell you off the air.
Yeah, we'll talk after.
But yeah. So I don't know, but
he probably could pull it off. I think he's such a good
Ghost
actor.
Rider.
I think he's such a good actor.
He's not-
but,
he
Just let me send it to Clobby. Hold on for one
I'd rather
second.
not see him as Reed Richards, because sometimes I like
Reed.
I would like it if they had an unknown. You know, sometimes just get someone new. I mean, it doesn't always have to be.
They had him as Reed Richards. Like, it's almost
They
as
want
if-
him to play it. Yeah.
It's almost as if they're like people, I don't know, like quote unquote people are doing these artistic renderings of all of the different Marvel characters he could potentially play in some type of effort to gauge public opinion, like where people want to see him. I'm gonna send this to Claudia, and he can show it all to you.
Did you miss some of the stuff today they were saying there, Mark?
Unfortunately, I didn't. So
You heard it all?
and then I kept listening because I'm like the kid that went to see what Santa was bringing. You know.
But see, we're like that. He could. I think again, he needs to play a quiet type of a character, somebody like Johnny Blaze. So Ghost Rider would work because he's not going to play a big time like talky type of a character. Marvel has a lot of those.
I just sent it to you on Twitter, boss.
Okay, let's see here.
Just go and look at that visual. And some of these visuals, they're super high end, and so I'm wondering who is making these images.
Ah, there you go.
And why there are
perfect.
so many of them everywhere. As they sort of, I almost feel like there is an effort to get as many of these images out as possible to gauge public perception, public choice.
Well, he has a motorcycle company. He's a huge motorcycle guy. Makes custom motorcycles and sells them. So, I mean, I could see him as Blaze. Yeah,
I can see him as that. That looks good, and that's kind of what I would.
And he's got that personality for that character.
Yeah, because he needs to be a guy like that. He's kind of a reserved,
But they're gonna do the new Ghost Rider anyway. They never do the original Johnny Blaze. So.
And he's our age, so he can't play. He can't play.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Like, it's limited the roles he could possibly play.
But they're not going to do not open that can of worms. But they're not going to do the original.
Oh, thanks, boss.
That's very cool. But they're going to do the version that was on. Not going to do Danny Ketch either.
No, they would do Danny Ketch before they would do Johnny Blaze, probably.
Yeah, but they're going to do Robbie Reyes. They're not going to do.
Oh no, he wouldn't play Robbie Reyes.
No, but I'm saying they're never going to have.
You're probably right.
They never would have.
You're right. I keep forgetting we're talking about two guys who have the wrong.
They might have him in a multiverse or something, but
right. That's true. These Keanu's too. He's not
they're not going to do that iteration. They do the Robbie Reyes one, and the guy who did Reyes was a good actor on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Robbie Reyes.
Well, the actor was. I thought he was good, but it's not. I want to see Johnny Blaze, or Danny Ketch. Yeah.
I respectfully disagree, Kal-El. He wasn't Ghost Rider. He was Ghost Driver.
Yeah, well, that's
Oh,
true.
I
He
hate
got a
Robert
car.
Ray. Yeah, Willie Lumpkin. I'm for that. He should play Willie Lumpkin.
Well, when Danny Ketch, I mean, when that Ghost Rider 1990 that hit, then we had all these suits showing up in our comic book shop, buying out every issue of Ghost Rider because the #1 took off, and the guy's like, oh, and then the guy was a jerk too. He'd like, I had the pull copy, and he's like, oh, we got shorted, and yada yada yada, and it BS. You sold them. You sold my copy because you were getting, $50 for it.
Okay, Clubby, I'm going to send you 2 more images because I think this is really interesting for everyone. So I don't want to interrupt, but at the same time, I think that this, like, I think this is going to be big buzz here really soon. I think people are going to be swirling around this issue, and I think a lot of YouTubers are going to go wild for this issue really soon, because the public demand for Keanu Reeves in Marvel is growing, and people they're in a real conundrum about where he's going to fit. So I just sent you 2 more images, and this is what I mean about. It seems like there's some type of professional effort to get people in social media to figure out what the public thinks about Keanu Reeves in the Marvel universe. So 2 more pictures sent to you, boss, on CLOBBY'S Clubhouse on Twitter. And if you wanted to save them and show them to everyone, I would love to hear your thoughts on them, boss man.
Well, the first one, for certain reasons that we were talking about earlier, cannot be shown. And I think you can now by me telling you that, you can just decipher why.
Okay.
Because of certain things we were telling you earlier about spoiler thingies.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But the second one we can show.
Okay.
And the second one, I actually didn't think about this, but I guess Keanu Reeves, I guess he could be this character. The other one, just safe to say, he's not. I already know he's not going to be.
Okay.
Because of something that we'll see tomorrow.
Okay.
But yeah, Silver Surfer. Looks like somebody wants him to be. And I guess fans have been doing this ever since they started talking about superhero movies. They call it dream casting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Oliver Belamonte just mentioned. I didn't realize that Reeves he can play out the Silver Surfer, Wonder Man, Baldur the Brave, Nova, Prince Namor. They've already cast Namor.
Yep.
But Silver Surfer, I can see it.
Matthew Pounder says Sue Storm's pot plant is in his range.
Yeah. Oh. But see, Silver Surfer's kind of a quiet, brooding sort of guy as well. So,
well, that picture, I'm not going to lie, that picture looks sexy to me. And I'm not one of those people who oogles or ogles Hollywood stars. I've never been somebody who likes film stars and stuff like that. I've never been a celluloid person. I've always been a book person. Mm-hmm. But I do have to say, Keanu Reeves is our age. And I think it'd be kind of cool, and I would be interested in seeing him in a film. I do find him attractive. I think sometimes in some of his roles, he's a bit of a almost like a stoner surfer, not a silver surfer.
As a youth, yeah.
Yeah, and kind of a meathead. And then as he's aged, he's looking pretty good to me.
Well, have you seen John Wick? You've never seen John Wick.
You
would never watch
no,
that,
you
right?
wouldn't watch the John Wick movie.
I would never watch that.
As Silver Surfer, okay, here, Oliver, Silver Surfer, I can see. Wonder Man, I guess I can see him as Simon Williams. I'm a big fan of Wonder Man.
Who's Wonder Man? Can you teach me, please?
Yeah,
because I love Oliver Belamonte, and I would like to see these. Who is Wonder Man, boss?
Wonder Man is a character from the early days of Silver Age of comics, where he was a scientist and inventor who gets pissed off at Tony Stark. He's a good guy, but he gets pissed off at certain things happening in his life, and because he thinks he won't help him, and he has an accident, and the enemies of the Avengers, led by Baron Zemo and the Masters of Evil, come along. His experiment with ionic power and stuff ends up giving him extraordinary, almost godlike super strength and invulnerability, but it's also killing him. He actually dies. But he ends up he needs help with it, and he joins the bad. So he's with the bad guys at first, but later they bring him back to life down the road. And there's a lot of convoluted stuff about him, with him and the Vision, different things I won't go into here. Suffice to say, he came back again in the Bronze Age, and became a member of the Avengers. But then he started realizing he started flirting with popularity. He actually went into acting and different things like that. And he became kind of a fun character. Wonder Man was a good character. Multiple costumes. Yeah. Long story. I'm giving you that's the cliff notes of it.
Duck goated, and I'm seeing this character, and I could definitely see where Oliver is coming from. Now let's talk about Balder the Brave. Tell me about Balder the Brave.
He's a great,
and the folks at home.
I don't know why they kept Balder out of the Thor movies, because he's basically one of Thor's best friends in Asgard, and one of his greatest allies, and used to fought alongside him all the time in the Marvel Thor comics and stuff. And Balder, we just never got to see him.
He's kind of like the Captain America of Asgard.
Yeah, he's we always love Balder.
But when I'm looking at images of him on DuckDuckGo, he seems to be a lot more built than Keanu.
Yeah.
This guy's a big guy.
Well, he's a god. I mean, he's a god. Yeah.
Yes, but he's even bigger than Thor.
Right.
Okay.
No, he's almost an equal of Thor, I would say.
I can see
in
him
the images, he looks a heck of a lot bigger. Now let's talk about Nova and Prince Namor.
There you go. Namor's been cast. I wouldn't pick him for Namor at all. Namor is more of a flair of a person. And Richard Rider is Nova. I can't really go see that either. Oliver, because Richard Rider's a kid. He's more like Peter Parker, especially when he first starts out.
Oh yes, this Nova character is way too young. Keanu is our age. Yeah.
Unless you're making him, you want to make him Nova Prime and make him older, but I wouldn't do that. So if he's the Richard Rider Nova, which that's what aggravated me about Guardians of the Galaxy, not having the real Nova in there. But so yeah, I wouldn't pick him for that. And Namor, I would have picked him for Namor, looks wise, but of course he's already been cast. I don't know if he's got that kind of personality. Namor is a very charismatic, very loudmouth type of a character. He's really probably the first Marvel character.
Mm.
Again, the oldest Marvel character.
Now that you guys are talking about this, I'm seeing the visual, and I'm remembering what Keanu Reeves is like on screen, and I'm thinking this is why you guys support him as the Ghost Rider.
I like Ghost Rider for him.
I like Ghost Rider for him, in my extremely naive opinion. And I also think that isn't that Silver Surfer a man of few words? Wouldn't it also be great for him to be the Silver Surfer, since it would be all stature, it would be all physique, it would be presence, and not a lot of dialogue?
Silver Surfer does have a very deep philosophical side that I'm not so sure it's good for Keanu, to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
He's not a of course they make everybody a jokester in these stupid Marvel movies, but he's not a quipper type of a character, but he does talk a lot, and of course he's from a planet called Zenla, where they didn't when he didn't have it where they didn't have where they were pretty advanced peace loving race, that the whole universe went to that planet to learn peace, and eventually became Galactus's herald. But when he gets his memory back as Silver Surfer later and becomes a friend of the human race, he's a very deeply introspective character that is just hundreds of thousands of years in advance of the evolutionary scale to humans. Hello there, Apollo, Miss Binion, and Pupper.
Yay, Pupperoni!
So he's a very evolved being, the Silver Surfer. And with the power of cosmic, godlike abilities, he doesn't like having to use violence sometimes. So I don't know. Keanu is that deeply introspective, evolved being of the Silver Surfer. I don't know.
Well, Hungry Boy sure got a lot of opinions on it. He's just exploding on in the chat. So I'm so glad that I brought it up, because he's just added a whole bunch of wonderful spice in the chat. And then we've got Could Not Be Reached for further comment, making the crack I was going to make, and he beat me to it by putting it in writing before I had a chance to get it out. Silver Surfer, Point Break. Excellent. Could Not Be Reached for further comment.
And actually, Doug Jones played him quite well in the second movie in terms of the physique, and he's such a physical actor.
Yeah, but that was
Lawrence Fishburne
is the voice.
Did his voice, but Jones
that's
is
the-
just now it'd be all CGI, but
That's a good point. The dignified cadence and the diction just don't work for
Mhm.
the Silver Surfer. Would have to be extraordinary.
Mhm.
he's like a godly, kingly character in some ways.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And it got his story so tragic. Saving
really
his
is.
planet and losing the love of his life.
Well, the Nicolas
defend.
Cage guy was terrible as the Ghost Rider. I think I
Oh.
watched maybe a whole 6 or 7 minutes of that film, and I was laughing hysterically. I thought it was
Yes.
Which
Which
One or
um,
two.
it was great
was two.
fun. It was one of the best comedies Marvel
One or
ever
two.
put out.
Two
So
was it was the funniest. I thought.
so
Which
I mean,
one, the first
I
or
don't think
second
he can go wrong by taking over that Ghost Rider.
Well, yeah, he's good for that kind of role.
Yeah,
He's a quiet, more laid back type of reserved, no nonsense kind of a character. Well, until you get into a Marvel movie, then everybody's a quipster.
Mhm.
But
Well, that's because, and this gets into this corporate thing now where they're trying homogeneity, and they did this with children's shows. They would make so much homogeneity that the children's shows would appeal to everyone. So there was a level of adult humor, there was a level of child humor, there was a bit of drama, there was a bit of romance. They want to put everything into one film so they can make the $1 billion film. And of course, you realize, Clobby, you've heard me say this a million times, as well as our good friend Marc, how annoyed I am by this, because it's okay to have genre. And you can't, and one film can't be everything. It can't be science fiction, science fantasy, drama, romance, comedy. And they keep doing this, and it's really super annoying. I wish that they would stop doing that. And Monkey Jeebus is saying null or canal, depending upon what language that
do
is.
you mean
I'm not sure.
you might mean Call King Call?
I don't know. He
Do you
spelled
mean
it
King Call?
K-N-U-L-L, boss man.
I know I may have met Call though, King Call, and I'm not sure
Okay.
if he did. I don't know a canal. So Kinnick played the Scorpion.
Or maybe
You mean
Krull,
wait a minute.
Krull the Conqueror,
Wait a minute.
Krull,
No.
from the movie Krull.
Hungry Boy, do you mean Keanu, the Scorpion from the old Atlas comics?
Mm.
You cannot be serious. I mean, just the references, so he can't be going that obscure on me. But he could be. I don't know.
Well, he is the fine
find out.
arts. He could definitely be teaching some fine arts classes at a college somewhere. So I always like to hear his insights and how he defends them. Hungry Boy is
The Howard Chaykin one? Knoll, his creator. He's the creator of the symbiotes. Oh,
Oh, so that's new stuff. Yeah, so
it
that's
must be.
new
Is that
stuff,
new
yep.
stuff?
King in Black.
God of the Symbiotes. Yep.
Let's do some. Well, anyway, here's some Wonder Man, his various outlook, his looks and costumes.
I'm going to say no to this one.
Oh, he
Well-
was God of Thunder '6. So I read that. And I forgot who that was. Now
He does
Spidey
not
Scorpion?
feel like Wonder Man.
The Spidey Scorpion from
No,
I don't know. In that big green outfit, though. That's why I just thought we were talking about superheroes, but you want to pass him
Yeah.
as a villain. He can play a villain, sure.
That's interesting. Yeah. Hungry Boy. See, this is why I love Hungry Boy so much.
Well, I defaulted
Yeah,
to
here
it-
I'm thinking
to a-
of him hero, when Hungry Boy comes along and says,
Right.
how about villains? So definitely
Yeah.
great to add that in. What about villains? I should have asked you that,
He
boss.
could play a villain, yeah. No, he could play a villain. I just wasn't really thinking along the lines of villain, but sure.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, many big actors do.
Yeah.
I'm weird, but I like this Wonder Man outfit better. But I
think that he could play Wonder Man
some
if he
people like
played
this
this
one.
version, because this has a Keanu flavor to it.
Well, they've already got Wonder Man sort of jokingly cast. He's supposed to be Nathan Fillion if it ever happens, according to James Gunn.
The Canadian from
That'd be
Edmonton.
great.
Yes, according to James Gunn, he even put someone said there was a movie where he's on a movie poster in the background on one of the Marvel movies, because how he was, how Wonder Man was an actor. And it said something movie starring Simon Williams when he wore this outfit. That's by John Byrne. But I always
like
liked
that.
him. Yeah, I always liked Wonder Man.
Did you see this? What Apollome's Minion in the Pepperoni said? Our wonderful friend Apollome's Minion said, for a normie, I liked Ghost Rider.
Sure, a lot
The
of
first
people
one
did.
was
well, the first
better
one
than
wasn't
the
that
second
bad.
one.
The
Yeah, the
second one was
the
terrible.
bad one. Yeah.
I don't know
Spears
which one
Revenge.
I'm not a geek, so I don't know anything about this comic book stuff. And,
Yeah.
and I think that helps to work really well with the chemistry with Clubby and Mark, because I just go back to my radio days or my days as a writer, where I just begin to interview them so that we can all learn from them and their expertise, I did not enjoy the one of those films. One of those films, the acting was so hysterically bad, I couldn't even handle it. I wouldn't doubt if it wasn't
It might have been
the
the
Ghost
second one.
Rider too.
The second one was bad. The second one was
Well, that's
really
why
bad.
that's why they got a second movie, because the first one was decent. So wasn't
It was all right,
Shakespeare,
yeah.
but it was all right. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
decent.
It was
Yeah,
first
you're
one
right.
had Sam,
It was better than
Sam
Ghost
Elliott was in
Rider.
it, at least.
It was better than Moon Knight. Are we going to talk about
We
Moon Knight for a couple minutes?
Oh,
Maybe like
God,
30
I
seconds?
guess we should before we get out of here.
Yeah. Before we get out.
Who
Yeah.
watched? We're probably the only dolts that watched it.
I was going to watch it before
Anybody
the
else
show
watch Moon
because
Knight?
my husband was laughing at your social media interactions in mocking it. And you don't normally mock something unless it's atrocious, and it's genuinely, like, objectively atrocious. So my husband was he did his giggle, like his super laugh, where he got a belly laugh out of him,
Well-
just reading your comments on it. So I was like, I gotta see
Oh.
this. Why is Clubby
You know-
so appalled?
It's just, for me, look, I'm not. Moon Knight means different things to different people because there's so many different takes and versions of him and whatever. And in this new show, is more based on a lot of more modern comics that I don't give two craps about personally. I just think they could have gone another way with it, but nevertheless, I just think that when you have a show, the 6-episode show, it was only 6 episodes. They just aired the 6th one, which was shorter than the other episodes. Call me crazy, but you have 6 episodes that average about, was it like 50 something a minute? Some of them are like 40 something. So ballparking at around close to 5 and some change hours of a show. And you have approximately about, someone added it up, there's something around like maybe 12 to 13 minutes of Moon Knight in the whole thing. And
We
it's
got more
spread
in
out
the
over.
end.
You didn't get much.
Got more in the last. You
took
got
like
another 5 minutes. In the last.
17 minutes
Yeah.
in the last episode.
Well, I
to even get
checked
to
it.
him.
Moon Knight comes back
Moon Knight,
20 minutes into the, or 18 minutes to be
Right.
exact, into the final episode.
Loon Knight, because this is not Moon Knight. This is Loon Knight. They're it really is. They're not doing the normal, like the older 80s version. This is the one that's crazy. Cray Moon Knight. Moon Knight has all the multiple personalities. I know I'm being
Well, the sad thing is Oscar Isaacson, I think, is brilliant in the
he's
role, but
great actor.
but he's just not in the material. Some of the material, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but some of the material is good, but the story is just no surprises, no plot twists. There's no
boring as
motivation. You don't
shite.
really care about the characters. and
Holy
he's
crap,
good.
boring.
The acting is good, but it was just a boring, slugfest in the end. You've got,
and there's no action.
explain to me how Kanashu, right, is able to be trapped by the other gods, right? Or unless there were avatars in that
Right.
3rd episode or 4th episode. Well, the evil god, the big bad, they're fighting the alligator.
Ahmed
lady.
or whatever, the alligator
Ahmed, yep.
thingy.
Now, how come all the other
She
guys?
kicked, by the way, she kicked Osiris's ass.
Yeah. So how does that work? And how is Kanashu fighting?
Isn't
even
Osiris
able to
the most
fight this
powerful
other-
one? Good.
I think, and this other alligator god is able to wipe out everyone. Where Kanashu is if I'm saying the name right, is
Khonshu.
Khonshu. He's imprisoned like almost instantly. Like there's no fight. He just like in the third end of the 3rd episode issue. I said he gets imprisoned in this little statue. But the power levels don't match. So of course they've got like this Godzilla versus King Kong fight next to the pyramids with it.
Which was boring.
the
How
gods-
can you make something that looks like that so boring? I mean, you think, wow,
It was
monster
boring.
fight.
It was boring. It was
This
a boring.
is just boring horse shit.
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
we have
Uh-oh,
bad people
bots.
here.
They don't like us making
Don't
fun of
forget
Moon
to
Knight.
report them, folks.
Tell them to
Don't
go watch
just,
Ghost Rider.
Don't
Not
just
Ghost Rider. I keep saying Ghost Rider. Moon Knight.
block them. Please
I blocked them.
report them. And Mark, while you were talking, Zan Zoltan says,
So-
I watched it until episode 4, and then I was done.
Yeah, lucky you. Look, this. First of all, I don't like this iteration of the character, but that's just me. I don't really like the outfit that much. I don't. I'll take the old school Moon Knight. And again, the original. For those who don't know, Moon Knight, like basically, they like this. People like to say it's kind of looks like Marvel's Batman. Well, sort of. It's kind of like a rip of the Shadow, really. I know Batman borrows a little bit from the Shadow as well. He's got, And when I started reading him, he'd been around a few comics in the 70s, and I remember in the back of that Hulk color mag when he was in the back of that, and basically there was Bill Sienkiewicz in his Neil Adams rip phase, rest his soul, Neil Adams, ripping off Neil Adams to draw those Moon Knight stories. And Moon Knight was similar to the Shadow, and since he was sort of like a Batman type, but he had made up personalities, not split personality disorder. He had 3 different personas that he used, like the Shadow. Like the Shadow, for example, had Kent Allard, Lamont Cranston, and the Shadow, those 3 identities that he used in the old pulps. Well, Moon Knight had Stephen Grant, the billionaire character. He had Mark Spector, which was who he really was. His real name, he was a mercenary. And then they had basically Jake Lockley, the cab driver, and he would use that for fighting crime. He would use those different identities, and of course,
Kind of like
Moon
Batman
Knight
would use Matches Malone to go undercover.
He would do that. So basically, but Moon Knight was his quote unquote crime fighting superhero identity. And he, but later at some point they decided to make him crazy.
Yeah. With
And
split
now
personalities.
It's
Yeah.
split, all these things are in his head now, right? And so instead of making this like a street level type Daredevil type thing where he's fighting just in a costume on a very ground level, they went with later origins and stuff like this. God Khonshu finds the beat up Mark Spector in the desert dying and uses him as his avatar for fighting evil. And Khonshu's Khonshu is not likable or understandable. He's not much worse than Emmet in this thing. They're both shit.
Yeah.
She's worse because she wants to kill. She's Minority Report. She wants to kill evil people before they commit evil, and he just will kill anybody that he thinks is evil.
Or committed an evil act. Yeah.
Committed,
That's
but
his justification.
at least with him, they had to have committed an evil act before he wants to just wipe them out. Whereas she's like doing just preemptive strike evil. It's just pretty stupid. So that's the whole. But the thing is, you get 5 episodes where he's barely in it. They think he's dead at one point. A whole episode where you don't even show him at all. And of course, you've got the girl power thing. This girl he's a damsel in distress all the time when he's Stephen Grant.
The girl looked great in the new costume, though, I thought.
Yeah,
as the Egyptian superhero.
A man's in distress.
Yeah, so she got the best scenes too. She got the best
She's always
scenes.
saving his ass.
She had the cooler costume,
leading him around by
too.
his nose, and she had to save him. She saved the day the whole damn time. And by the way, I cannot stand this stupid ass Mr. Knight outfit. I hate it. That's from Jackass New Comics, where the Stephen Grant version would have this stupid, silly ass costume instead of just a bad, normal. Here's one.
That's supposed to be a smart half, yeah.
Yeah, his smart ass Stephen Grant, his really loser dork character over here with the dumb. When he becomes Moon Knight, he gets to be Mr. Knight with his tie, the white. I'm sorry. When you watch,
it looks like a gimp
really
outfit
is.
with a
It
suit
is.
over it.
No, when you watch, Raquel, when you watch Star Trek, it's not unreasonable how you want an intelligent, challenging science fiction story, and when it deviates from that, we call them on that. But when you sit down to watch a Western, you want to see macho cowboys fighting and doing macho cowboy stuff. When you watch a cop show or like an action film, you want to see action and you want to see heroes doing that. So, and when you watch superhero stuff, you want to see friggin' superheroes do superhero things. I don't think it's unreasonable.
But they did something much better, Clobbering Times. Actually, they went the intelligent, smart route. And when the big battle scene is about to happen, when Moon Knight, you think he's going to die, he blacks out. And you're not left seeing the final battle when he wipes everyone out. So you miss his coolest battle.
Yeah, they had him black out so they didn't have to show the final battle where he won, but he kicked somebody's ass.
Yeah. So you
a couple times.
It was
Save
so
money.
that was so cool. They did that for the audience, so you really don't see that battle. You don't see that battle.
Oh my goodness, the corporations! What are they doing? Do they all think that we're complete idiots?
Yeah, because the third personality takes charge, and Khonshu has him as his avatar, while the other two are still stuck, I guess, in the body, but now can't control the body anymore. So they're stuck as what's the guy's name? Jake.
Yeah, Jake Lockley. And at the end, Jake Lockley, he's supposed to be inside this. I don't understand. It was so stupid. I can't even explain what happened with Jake Lockley at the end there. Then they finally put him in. Because all these characters are inside his head. At the end, they went right back to square one, and he's back in his damn apartment and chained to his bed, thinking, he's still. So the episode tells you nothing. It
what happened
nothing.
What happened to Hawk Girl?
I have no idea. It was moronic. This thing is written by 5-year-olds. It sucks.
The ending, I didn't understand the ending. I was asking my son today, what did that mean? And he wasn't too happy.
Nobody knows what it meant.
It was okay, but it was, boring in parts, and I guess, he was trying to be nice to it. I'm not,
The cardinal sin of a superhero show is when you're boring.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're supposed to be there to see silly superheroes doing silly things with their powers, knocking shit over and throwing cars at each other. And yes, you can have a good story. Look, I don't, because I know you.
Look at the first Avengers movie, how that flowed and how that went
was so much fun.
Boom from scene to scene to scene. Yeah.
I don't know how many superhero films you've seen, but if you want to see one that has meat on the bone, that has actually real intelligence, but yet great action, all that other kind of stuff, you got to watch Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Okay, I will.
That's the exception to the rule, and that's an intelligent, brilliant story. Yet it's got great action, of course.
The Winter Soldier.
Yes, it's the second of the Captain America.
That's the best
will watch
one.
it.
The first Avengers is great too. I'm just saying. I'm not.
You
telling
should
you
watch. You should watch Captain America first.
And, have you seen the first Iron Man?
I think I have. Yeah.
Again, that's a good one too. I'm not trying to say you should watch, but I'm saying those movies of that caliber that happen to be superhero movies are rare.
Yeah.
But some of even the lesser ones are just at least fun to watch. Yeah. You're going, okay, it's spectacle, it's silly, but it's fun. If you're into that sort of thing. Some people won't even into that sort of thing, can sit down and watch them when these were good now, these Marvel movies, and have a reasonably good time and enjoy it. They like Tony Stark. They like Thor. They like Captain America. I love
Superman.
Superman
was the last superhero movie that I watched that I thought was outstanding.
Superman
I love Superman.
Oh, Christopher Reeve, you mean? Of course.
I love Christopher Reeve.
Exactly. But if people like some of these MCU movies, there have been 27 of them.
Oh, geez.
And
27
starting in
many.
2008. And for at least 80% of those have been ranging from fair to really, really good. Is it The Godfather or any of these other, serious? Is it up there with high art that people like to get all snooty about? I don't think so. But some of them are very fun movies, and it captured the imagination of the whole world for years, and it made billions of dollars. And now it's a shell of itself. But they make these shows, and they got 6 hours to tell a story that could be told in 30 minutes. So what do? You pad it out. I'm surprised. Yeah. And it's boring. The worst thing you could be with one of these movies. You can be silly. It's not Star Trek, so it's okay to be silly, but you can't be boring.
Yeah.
Be dopey. Because there's plenty of times you watch a movie, you go, "Oh, that was so dope." It was fun though. I enjoyed it. It was silly fun. I like that sort of thing. I think movies can do that, and it's fine. TV shows can do that.
Yeah.
But you can't be boring when you got a guy that's supposed to be out there in his costume kicking bad guys' asses and stuff. Then you need to deliver on that. And he's called Moon Knight. Who's watching this show for Stephen Grant?
No one.
For God's sake.
Noah Buddy.
Who watches a Batman movie for Bruce Wayne? I'm sorry, who does?
Yeah.
I don't think it is. Who walks into the go, I can't see what Bruce Wayne's going to be doing in this one.
Well, that was the good thing about the new Batman movie. He was almost always Batman. I couldn't believe it. It was awesome.
I don't even know the movie's got a problem. Who walks into a Spider-Man movie and goes, I can't wait to see what Peter Parker's going to be up to. Then we know he's part of the movie.
Yeah.
But you still, on the marquee, it says freaking Spider-Man.
Let's see some web slinging, yeah.
You're going to see some Clark Kent in a Superman movie, but they're not going to put Clark Kent on the marquee. And they're going to put Moon Knight on their friggin' goddamn TV show and then do nothing with him.
So this is not in the show, not a film. and
It's
and
a TV show,
and
yeah.
it's in multiple parts. Okay.
on,
And-
6
on
hours.
Disney Plus.
And the whole thing that we were waiting for was this big action sequence where he would
Right.
kick some butt and we would be like, yeah,
Well,
bad guys,
you would
kick
hope so.
that. And instead, he just goes to sleepies.
Well, yeah, at the end of every episode,
He blacks out.
what they do is they tease you, right? And at the end of every episode, they make you think, oh, it's going down now. We're going to see something interesting. But it continues. So they kick the can down the road. You're like, after the first one, you go, all right, I'll cut them some slack. You need to set your story up. That's fine. You get into the second one. Oh, they're going to get into it now, boy. You get to see him. Oh, we got to see him this time for more than a minute this time. 3 minutes.
And it wasn't even
But it wasn't
interesting.
even that interesting. But maybe the next episode will deliver. Then you start to realize this is just kicking the can down to the next episode.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give as opposed to probably the greatest thing ever done with almost any superhero ever, certainly in episodic form, was Marvel's Netflix Daredevil. In the first 5 minutes, even though you don't see it, but he doesn't get the Daredevil costume to the 13th episode of the 13 episode season. But he does. It's because it's about his origin. He does wear that, but he's still dressed in an outfit that looks like a ninja-looking outfit. I wasn't fond of that aspect of it, but in the first 5 minutes, you're hooked because in the first 5 minutes, you get to see the blind man Daredevil kick the shit out of some dudes. And every episode, it delivers on great characterization, great story, brutal, brilliantly done, but brutal, very brutal action. But every episode is a thriller. Every episode, even though it's advancing a long story, it doesn't make you wait to see a Daredevil action scene 5 episodes into the freaking show. You get it 5 minutes in. You get a lot of great Daredevil action mixed in with great writing and great characterization. It's one of the greatest TV shows I've ever seen, and it's easily the best usage of a superhero commodity character in any in the television medium or any visual storytelling medium that I've seen translated from comic books. That show, and again, if they made you wait 5 episodes to see Daredevil, it's true. And by it's not to the last episode do they even say the word or do you get the costume? But you get a costume, a bit of an outfit, and he still acts like Daredevil the whole time. It delivers. This movie,
awesome,
this one here, Moon Knight. Wasn't Daredevil brilliant?
Oh, it's fantastic. One of the best ever. Yeah, I loved all the series, and got Foggy was great. No, it was just
Great
so good. And of course, you did get to see him in Spidey No Way Home, so hopefully
it didn't jerk you around. It gave you what you needed. And then the next season 2, holy shit, that first 4 episodes could have been like a movie. It was some of the greatest fight scenes, action scenes I've ever seen. Yes, the Netflix series, Kal-El. Yes, the Netflix
wonderful.
series.
Yeah.
There's this one track shot.
I actually cried at one point because I was so happy to
that?
see the superheroes on
How
screen. I
about when
couldn't
he was
believe
in
it.
the costume in the second season, that track shot scene where Daredevil, the Punisher has duct taped a gun to his hand to make him use it. He didn't, and he's got to walk down these stairs, and there are about like 50 of these Hell's Angel bikers, and it's one tracking shot of him fighting his way down. Vicious, brutal fight scene. It's one of the most brilliantly choreographed fight scenes I've ever seen, and it is.
When the corridor fight scene was
that was good too.
That was really well acclaimed. It was
amazing.
like a one long shot. Oh, it was just incredible, and it was like you're like, this is Daredevil, and I didn't even mind the non-costume in the first series because I
at least it was
liked what he was wearing.
It was precedent for it from the comic.
Yeah, so and I didn't mind it. I thought it was cool. And,
I'm using that as an example to say that delivered on Daredevil. This movie,
you got the night
this
nurse
show, if you want to see Moon Knight, you are shit out of luck.
He gets hurt. I'm like, oh, he's gonna go to the night nurse. I'm like, no way. He actually went to the night. So
he went to Daredevil. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, they did it. They did it. It's like
in this, you get to see a Looney Tune running around saying unfunny, snarky shit, and you get to hear F. Murray Abraham's voice as Khonshu insult him every 5 seconds, and you get to see Moon Knight 3 times, barely doing anything, and he fly. Why does he fly? By the way, they fly now.
Yeah, well, Moon Knight could fly, couldn't he?
Holy crap! Could he fly like that? No, Moon Knight.
Moon Knight couldn't fly.
He flew like Superman. He flew like Superman.
I thought the new iteration he could fly, not the old one.
Well, if you're talking about that new one where he could, well, okay.
I think I'm not a Moon Knight expert, but
me
in the beginning he was just like Batman.
Moon Knight is the worst thing.
But now they've given him powers, and then Layla, what was she in the comics? Does anyone know? Was she in the comics? That character, the ISIS character?
Did you hear what that little girl asked her in the episode when she went and she saved a bunch of this little girl? She said, "Are you a new Egyptian superhero?" And she said, "Yes, I am." Ugh.
Well, so is Moon Knight, I guess, right? If you think
Guess
about
he
it,
is,
right?
but
I mean,
I don't think that's what she meant, though.
yeah, I know, but
Moonlight's
that's what
not a
I'm like.
superhero. He's just a jerk
Yeah, but I'm like, what about Moon
and a
Knight?
killer.
And Ethan Hawke,
She
of course,
saved his ass 10 times.
he didn't get a costume, right? He didn't get he didn't
No.
get a costume, right?
No.
So
Just a
we
damsel in distress Moonlight.
and like he had a staff in the end. It's like, why didn't he have a cool costume and something cool to fight? And then of course they always have to drop their mask, like the Moon Knight mask comes off, and of course she has no mask though, obviously, right? Even though she wants
No.
to be a. So,
Can I be
she's
sexist for a second and say she's not even hot? I'm sorry.
I thought she was cute in that outfit. I thought she was
In the
cute.
outfit, maybe. I know that's horrible, isn't it? But anyway.
Well, it's a lot of it has to do with the makeup and the cat, the outfits they give
Man.
people.
That
Yeah.
is not horrible. What it is it's honest. We're human beings and we're sexually attracted to one another and we
Yeah.
like beauty. And there's nothing wrong with liking beauty, admiring one another and admiring beauty and recognizing beauty. I think that people who pretend that they don't feel amorous towards these types of characters in these situations are being entirely dishonest about their feelings.
Well, yeah.
I
I'm
thought she
saying.
looked much cuter in the final shot. I agree with
Yeah.
Bobby. before
I'm
she
just saying,
wasn't
in a
cute.
superhero movie, let's face it, you expect to see really
Yeah.
attractive people.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah.
the guys want to see a hot chick. Sorry, we like Scarlett Johansson or somebody like
the
that.
girls want to see Captain
And
America,
the
right?
ladies wanna
America's
see- well,
ass.
Hey, superhero movies are way more aimed at women if you think about it. Because there's always like 10 or, 4 or 5, big,
Yeah.
good-looking athletic dudes walking around, macho dudes, but you only get the occasional Scarlett Johansson or Wonder Woman or something like that for us guys. But we get to like watch the dudes and want to be like them. So it's kind of, because superheroes were usually largely aimed at
Well,
boys.
Scarlett
Boys
Johansson was
want to be
very
boys,
upset. Scarlett Johansson was very upset that people judged her for her looks. She
Yes, how
thought that was
terrible
very
for her.
was that people looked at her. It's like, well, why do you think you're so successful? If
Why do you
you're
think you have so much money
ugly,
in the
you
bank?
wouldn't be a leading lady. I mean, it's
Yeah.
that's why
Yes,
we
how
read
terrible
comics
they
that
force her to be in those movies.
it's is that who's ugly in any of these movies? I mean, the guys all
Yeah.
have to be in fantastic shape, like you've talked about, and
Yeah.
also the ladies too. It's not
So can I shift gears here?
Please.
Sure.
I just quickly here, but not really, because Clobby was saying something, and I teach a gentleman by the name of Theodore Adorno, and I teach his writings on the culture industry, and I just something that Clobby said brought Theodore Adorno to mind. And so I would love to read from page 166 of The Culture Industry, written by Theodore Adorno. And of course, this would not be in his manuscript form. This would be the Routledge 1991 publication, if you're looking for it. The psychoanalytic concept of a multi-layered personality has been taken up by the culture industry, and that the concept is used in order to ensnare the consumer as completely as possible and in order to engage him psychodynamically in the service of predetermined effects. A clear-cut division into allowed gratifications, forbidden gratifications, and reoccurrence of the forbidden gratifications in a somewhat modified and deflected form is carried through. So this whole idea of turning art into a commodity enables corporations to sort of keep you in this suspended animation. You're not fully allowed to feel gratified, so you keep returning to these same cultural artifacts, seeking that gratification, and then of course never getting to truly experience it, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I just wanted to bring that to light, and this
Yeah.
is from his section on how to look at television, and yeah, it's just I wish I could read most of this a particular section of the manuscript on how to look at television, because he talks about how the audience is manipulated by
by these corporations to keep you constantly looking for the gratification that should be in the story but doesn't exist in the story, because they just want you to return the next week or to return the next day to watch the show again, so that the process can be repeated. And I just loved the idea of Theodore Adorno's high-end concepts on how to look at the commodities of culture and look at the way that we get manipulated by these corporations. But in Clobby's words, I love how he basically says what Adorno says, but he says it in such an accessible way. He says, you tune in every week to watch this show, and as you watch this particular episode, you know that there will be no gratification. In the end, they'll just kick the can down the street, and then the next week you'll return for the next episode where there will be no gratification. We'll just kick the can down the street again. So if you were ever looking to access these higher end concepts in philosophy and social science in Theodore Adorno, graduate study, of course, just look to Clobby. As Clobby takes apart the culture industry, takes apart the corporation by talking about that suspension of gratification and how it's exploited in the viewer by kicking the can down the street. And every week, kicking the can down the street. So I loved it because you sounded like Adorno there. And I hope that wasn't too nerdy for everyone.
No, it wasn't. It never. We love that stuff. Well, I've been saying that about a lot of shows over the years. When Snail just says you've just described all the seasons of The Walking Dead. I don't doubt it. I've never watched that, but I have a lot of friends who have, and will tell you that. But and there's the thing though, some shows have great individual episodes, even though they have story arcs, and they do it well. But they know they have 6 episodes allotted to them, which is just a little bit more time than they would if they just made a movie. They can't tell a compelling story, so they just bloat the whole thing out and just keep you running. You know, I mean, again, that could have been done in 2 episodes, what they did with the 6 episodes. Easily. It could have been done in an hour and a half and wouldn't have been all that great, but then again, it would have been less annoying than, you know, waiting week to week for something to happen. But there was a piece, and not to go too far into it because my blood pressure can't handle it. But there was a TV show called Heroes many years ago, which it was
Save the Cheerleader, Save the World
for this. It was the
started
king.
Great.
It was the king of jerking you off to pardon the crudity for a whole episode. By the end of the episode, you were like, "Oh man, this is gonna be so cool." Next week is gonna be so cool. That was so they were masters of showing you little tidbits, and by the time you got to the end of the episode, you were like, "Oh wow, I can't wait to see. Oh, okay, it'll be great next week." That looks.
Did
cool.
J.J. Abrams work on that series?
I don't think he worked on that one. But the next week, you're like, okay. I mean, they just showed a guy who could like fly at Mach 5. That's going to be fun. It's going to be cool. They just told me I get to see a guy fly next week. But where is he? Where's the flying guy? I'm pretty sure you guys said we're going to have a flying guy, right? And they would show you some other crap. And then they were pretty good for a while. They were like,
Ali Larder was on that.
Introduce other characters. Yeah, but they would introduce other characters that had seemingly pretty interesting stories going on, but they were putting too much into it. But still, for a good almost a season, I was like waiting to see something happen. And every week I'm like, maybe next week, because I'm an idiot. Every week I'm like, this is going to really go somewhere. And
it was cool in the beginning, because the cheerleader had Wolverine's powers and but never went anywhere. Like, it was really interesting. Like, the first time she almost gets killed, and then she's trying to figure out her powers. And
it would show you interesting things. All these people had these different, you go intrigue. They're all able to do these intriguing things, right? And you're like, this is going to really be fantastic when they all get together. And I got to see where this is going. And I remember I finally said about 30 episodes in, almost a little over a season, I was like, you know what? I don't believe you people anymore. You're not getting me anymore. And I tapped out, and people kept complaining about it. And I said, look, I was the dumbass who watched all of 24, and there were 11 seasons of that. That's how
I love
smart I am.
24 though. Yeah.
But I wasn't going to go through that again.
And they had that great time traveling sequence with the Asian guys that was so cool, but it never ended up, it never delivered.
24 at least was good for about 3 seasons, but then it got into total Garbaggio.
Yeah, but it was fun Garbaggio. Yeah, Jack Bauer's awesome.
24. Have you ever heard of the show 24, Raquel?
I have.
Just without going too far now, because by the way, there were people in the old days on my old show that would purposely try to get me to talk about 24 because they wanted to hear me yell and scream at the new episode. I mean, it was that bad. Because those first few seasons, it was pretty good. And then it was the same old crap after that. But one of the funny things, it was like 10 years, right? No, that's 10 years, maybe 10, 11 years.
Yeah, and then they had
10 years. They had, it went in 10 years, it had 7 presidents.
Yeah.
Now, I'm no mathematical genius, by the stretch of the imagination.
But one got impeached.
The president is the most dangerous job to have in that universe.
Yeah.
In the real world, it's obviously the safest job to have because you got an army protecting you. But apparently, they keep getting killed. One of them, I mean, in stupid ways. One of them got
one got assassinated.
One of them got impeached, but then he got killed by his crazy wife. Remember? So,
yeah.
They got. Wow, it was just so stupid. The show every week we would.
That was fun, stupid.
The show was
fun, stupid. I watched that religiously with my wife every week.
I did too.
Well, it's a struggle, though. Like I think that people need to understand that one of the reasons why we're having this very different relationship with these corporate things, with these corporate objects, with these corporate artifacts, is we no longer. The whole structure of how it works is crumbling away. Before, they used to have the commercials, and you'd see these commercials, and they would do whatever they could to make these commercials as glorious and gorgeous and wonderful as possible, because you wanted to learn the commercials, you wanted to learn the jingles, and you would laugh at the commercials, and this is how you would shop. It would be how you would be shown the objects of your life and whether or not you were going to buy them. And that's what television is. It's also what radio is. It's also what magazines are. It's also what newspapers are. But the public is under this impression that magazines and newspapers and radio and television are about these shows, and they're not. And so before, the relationship used to be much more obvious. So they would have to make the shows very good so that you would withstand watching all of these commercials. And then you would be informed through these commercials as to what you should buy. And then the trade-off was you got this pretty decent show that could tell you a pretty decent story. But it also wanted you to be addicted to the medium. It wanted you to be addicted to the show. So you would keep coming back and watch those glorious commercials. Well, now you can't really do that anymore, because when you're watching this Loon Night that CLOBBERIN's talking about, this Moon Night trash, what ends up happening is you're losing your more intelligent viewers. Your more intelligent viewers are no longer enticed by these sexy ads and being able to shop. They have a phone in front of their lap. That's where they're shopping. They're shopping their ideas. They're sculpting their personal brand through social media. It's distracting. And if the show is not gorgeous enough, it isn't smart enough, it's not enticing enough, you're not enamored with it or by it, then you lose interest in it. And this is, I cannot put enough emphasis on this for the public. It is vital for the public to realize that newspapers and magazines and radio and television were not invented to entertain you. They were invented for advertising, and the entertainment is just what you got in between those advertisements. And this is communication historiography. This can be revealed through communication historiography. You could never pick up a magazine and have no advertisements in it. You could never pick up a newspaper and it has no advertisements in it. Same for television and radio. Radio is all advertising. So it's just amazing to me how people are less willing to kick that can down the street, like Clobby said. They're less inclined to watch utter shite when that dynamic factory in the living room isn't taking place, where they're not shopping and also passively imbibing these gloriously made shows that were meant to entice us. There's less enticement, there's no shopping, and that relationship, that mechanism is beginning to break down in our society. It's incredibly interesting to watch.
Well said, Raquel. Yeah, and most of the time you're on your computer, on your phone, when you're watching some of these shows anyway.
Yes.
It's like, you know, you're not even paying attention to the show. So, you know, everyone wants streaming to take over, but now that Netflix is talking about adding commercials potentially back into Netflix as a cheaper tier to, you know, get some revenue going, and then you have to pay more.
You remember when I predicted that, Mark, when you and I first met?
Yeah, and then you know, Paramount Plus does that, Hulu does that, a bunch of other streaming services that they have, you know, a lower tier that say like $5 a month, and then you know the no commercials tier is like $10 a month, or and YouTube does that too. They have YouTube Premium for I think it's $11 a month now if you want that without commercials, you know, in the stream. So you know, you pay for no commercials. So you know, you get what you pay for, I guess. In the end, unfortunately, we're not getting great entertainment. It's few and far between.
Yeah, and that whole idea of shopping, the mechanism of shopping. There was a time where mom would stop cooking supper to go and stand in the living room as the children shouted, "Mom, come look at this." And so that whole idea of shopping is completely broken down now. The people are not using the factory in the living room in the conventional ways in which we have since mass communications began. I mean, even there is even evidence that the tablet information in Egyptian society was the same way. You could still find out whether or not there was bread on sale in this particular square, and so on and so forth. So it's just incredibly interesting how people are reacting to the suck, because the suck has never been worse. Like the scripts, the writing, and there's something quite pernicious going on, something quite nefarious as we see the corporation try and seize control of these streaming services. You see, before, when we look at publishing and we look at reading, we had scribes and Pharisees, people in the church who controlled the written word. Many people were completely illiterate. And so they would use publications, books that they would handwrite, and that would inform society. People would share the books. The books would be read in public. And this is what informed our morals, our ethics, our society in general, our culture. And then, of course, we had, let's fast forward and we'll go through a lot of communication history, and we'll just get to the printing press. And the printing press is really when people started saying, okay, well, we can mass print these things. We're going to start telling all different sorts of stories. And then we sort of moved away from these stories of the church telling us what our society was going to be like, what it should look like, the contents of the stories having these highly moralizing conclusions and parables and all this. Well, what's very interesting to me as a scholar is the fact that the corporation is trying to seize this opportunity to recreate that mechanism as they remove physical media, as they force the obsolescence for the physical media players. What they're doing is they're putting themselves back into that same position that the scribes and Pharisees in the church had, creating this virtual illiteracy. And then they have decided that they're going to become this hegemonic, hyper-didactic mechanism where they were going to inform our morals, our ethics, our society, and our culture. And so it's incredibly scary that this is happening and that no one is noticing it and that no one is talking about it. And I love Clobby's reaction to it. Clobby's having none of it. He's having none of it. He recognizes the entire mechanism to the point where he's paraphrasing Theodore Adorno, one of my heroes, and doing it quite magnificently, just describing how terrible the show is, how he's not obligated to watch it anymore, how the entire experience, the magic, has been removed from the scenario. And so he's no longer enamored. And so he recognizes that it sucks, and he refuses to kick the can down the street for the next week. You guys, just an outstanding show. I love you so
Oh,
much,
good
Claudia.
guy.
Great, great,
I
great
love
stuff.
you, but tell Theo hello for me, by the way. I haven't talked to him in quite a while. Makini Draws, good to see you. Hail to
Makini,
you.
yep.
Yeah, and Turo, look at that. Turo, of course.
Well, I do have
Listening to
one
her speak
quick.
reminds me of days when there were more good women like her here in California, but you all went to Canada, obviously. It's like being in a time machine. The focus is only so there's none left there now. What the
Everyone
hell?
left.
They all left California. All the women.
All
All the
gone.
good
Yep.
women did. Thank you there, Turo. Good to see you there. Excuse me. Go for it.
So I got
Yeah,
one quickie. I know we don't like calling this Star Wars Day, but Make Magazine is a fantastic magazine.
Dude, what are you doing to me?
I'm killing you.
You just want me to rant, don't you? Go ahead, sorry.
Now you're in trouble.
So this, I love to do make things
I
and
hate-
build things. So
I hate
this
May
is
the
a Make
4th.
Magazine PDF. So they've got a freebie today. Don't shoot the messenger. There's a lot of cool free stuff in this. So you can make a lot of things, which I love doing.
There you
Here's
go,
the link.
Makini's still there. There you go.
So you can get this for free, and then I should show you what. Let me grab my download here.
What is it again?
So it's a Make Magazine. So it's got
Okay.
all kinds of Star Wars
That's pretty
things
cool.
and
You can make
do it yourself DIY stuff that
I
you
wish I
can.
could learn how to do that.
Yeah. So let me pull up really quick the PDF here.
While he's doing that, folks, I'll just tell you how much I hate the May the 4th crap. They based a fakey corporate ass
Yep.
holiday on a stupid, lousy, unfunny pun. Meme.
Yep.
It's a pun, a bad pun. But look, I love Star Wars, even though it's been destroyed. But I mean, as far as if there was ever going to be a Star Wars day, it should be the 25th of May, because that's when the first film in 1977 came out. May the 4th is a stupid, unfunny pun. And when people say it, I want to punch the universe. Just like one punch where the whole universe gets punched, and you're walking around minding your own business, and you go, "Ow, what the? Oh, that was an a-hole hitting the universe again. Stop it."
It's amazing though, because it is a corporate product. It's a corporate IP, and they're turning it into a cultural artifact. They're turning it into a holiday, and it's free advertising. And so you have all these people walking around saying, "May the Fourth be with you," and and so the Star Wars brand is shared, and they don't even have to pay for it. And folks are even doing it on social media, and all of this is free advertising. And imagine if no one was sharing all of this information. Nobody was tweeting or Facebooking Star Wars. No one was talking about May the 4th be with you. Think about the billions in advertising that surround this concept of getting you online to do your advertising labor through social media. It's quite nifty once you realize the mechanism.
And then when they, and by the way, if you want to make it even worse, when you say Revenge of the 5th, don't say it around me, or you'll you get a fifth, all right, 5 fingers and a hand smacked upside your damn head.
Oh, we've got a baddie. We've got a baddie. Report.
We got a bogey. I got it right.
Danger, Will Robinson. But I love all this stuff where they show you how you can build these robots and
I love that you just
repurpose
said
materials.
that. Danger, Will Robinson.
Danger.
That was pretty
Warning,
cool.
So what is this? What's going on here? This is so you can make your own
Yeah, they're
magazine
showing you all the
thingy?
maker communities, and there's groups of people that just make R2 units. So it's an R2 builder community,
Oh, okay.
and
So I can
they're
build
hacking and 3D printing and electronics and Arduinos, and it's all the shouldn't say underground because it's
exactly.
above ground, but
Could
it's
not
just
be
like
reached for comment.
yeah.
I mean,
But it's
that's
the hobbyist.
I'd be fine with that as a Star Wars day. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So it's like a hobby. It's like how to build your own R2D2. All these projects. So they're showing you.
Nice.
Join a CNC club. You can do 3D printed parts. Time required 6 months to 3 years. Costs $500 to $10,000.
Can you make Twinkie?
Yeah, you can make Twinkie. Probably too. Yep. So they have all these people that have plans, and it's a community. So they help you out. There's a lot of people that want to help you build these. It's not like, oh, I built mine and I'm not going to help you build yours. Or you can buy the dome. Now you can do buy one of
It's
wood.
just about building robots.
Well, there's a lot of I'm flipping through, but there's a lot of look at how these people are building.
build
building
Orac.
R2 here. Yeah, or you can build Orac, yep.
You're going to build Oracle? That's great.
But I mean, if you're
Oracle.
interested in this kind of thing, or learning
That's
how
right.
to
You do
build
call him Oracle. I forgot. Go ahead.
Oracle, yeah. So you can
That's
build.
his full name, but I do call him Orac when he's being saucy.
Orac's his name. He's not Oracle.
Yep.
I
That's hilarious.
believe he was originally called Oracle, wasn't he?
No, ma'am.
I read that he was originally called Oracle. I read
Oh,
that
maybe
somewhere.
someone. Oh, you might, but it was never in an episode though. So-
No. And but that's when people are like, Orac, what does that mean? It's
He's
actually
Organ,
quite
yeah.
intelligent. He's named after the Oracle at Delphi. So it's actually a super cool name, and all knowing and all seeing, and it can give you information. And when you need information, you go directly to the Oracle. So Orac is great, and he has so much personality.
Yeah.
Love
So
him.
this is not my house. Just want to let that be known.
Well, it's totally his house, everyone.
But this one is no. Yeah, with the Millennium
Oh
Falcon.
my
up there.
goodness. You know how much
Look
trouble
at
you
that.
would be in if you tried this.
Oh my god! Well, like there's a Death Star barbecue or fireplace out there, and or like here's a fun, easy project. Like Joe was talking about looking for projects. Like you build your own Chewbacca. Like these are fun. I should try that with my niece. Yeah, like a quickie. Some of these are simple projects, but
Adorbs.
that's really fun. Adorable. Yep. And there everyone was sending it to me. Like you need this for your backyard. It's a Death Star. BBQ grill. So just all these people that do all this stuff, and thanks to the power of the interwebs, you can share all your plans, your design, just like we're sharing our love of Star Trek and all things geek. And there's some there's even knit your own baby Yoda. So so Make Magazine is just it's a highly recommended subscription, and I think when you subscribe, you can get the back issues too, which is really cool.
Nice.
So you can get all these plans and a lot of 3D printing. That's where I first learned about 3D printing. And sometimes even you don't build a tenth of these, but they're just fun to they're just fun to look at. Like this article building, make a baby Yoda. I mean that's pretty cool. And then the guy's showing you how the artwork, and they have the templates for you to download, which is the great thing. So then you can make your own Yoda. So for a freebie, well, there's quite a bit here. So that you can do. So fun stuff. So
this document that you're sharing, is this free and available to the public?
it's free. Yep. So you go to the make.com and then you click on let me see, what was it? Let me close
Yes,
this.
Clobberin, McKinney draws. Yes, she was referring to Orac from Blake 7, and people but Oracle is of course Barbara Gordon from the comics. Yes, because it is true though what she's saying. The character of Orac in Blake 7 is taken from Oracle, but I've called him Orac for so long I never think about it that much. Although that's true, but yes, that's a little bit obscure compared to the Barbara Gordon version of Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But it's just a very smart show. So yeah,
Yes.
Orac is the Oracle at Delphi. He's
yes, Ezra Orac.
He
yes.
is almost he knows everything, and I love that
Yes.
McKinney spelled my name the French way.
Ah, cool. There you go. Yes, and then of course, the Orac it's basically a computer that was created by the inventor of the Tariel cell, which is an all computer. So Orac can strip information from any computer in the known galaxy.
Yeah, and you would go and you would ask complex questions like you would do, like the Greeks would do with the Oracle of Delphi. They would go and ask complex questions. So when you have a complex question, you don't input it into Orac. You say, Orac, this is the problem. What should I do? And then he's so intelligent, and he's such a developed character that he'll have a full saucy, sassy conversation with you, where not only will he belittle your question, but he'll give you the answer no matter what. So Orac is a great part of Blake 7.
That's an interesting comic book that's an interesting comic book analogy McKinney draw. In some way similar to Brother Eye, but not exactly. But I see why you would say that. Brother Eye similar. But yes, Orac basically looks like this big square rectangular piece of plexiglass with silly lights flashing in him, but he's made to look kind of clunky, but of course he's the most advanced computer brain in the galaxy, and also has the personality of its creator, Insor, voiced by the great Peter Tuddenham in the episode. Who, yes, Ezra also voiced Slave later.
Mhm.
But yes,
And
similar to
the
Brother Idaho.
the original computer on the ship too was
Zen,
hysterical.
also
Zen
voiced
was,
by Peter Tuddenham.
yeah, it was
He
also
did all
a
three
pretty
of them.
smart guy too. So
But
not as
even
smart as
Aurak,
Aurak,
though,
but
like in his physical presence inside of that box, you have to think about the futurism involved there, like where you can actually see science fiction taking place. Because the first thing that nerds are thinking about, and probably lots of geeks too, is fiber optic cabling. And so you're thinking when we were conceiving the power of fiber optics, you can see those conceptions, those futuristic conceptions in Aurak, and so you know that this is a great piece of science fiction. It's good stuff. Watch Blake 7; it's so good.
And Aurak's a great character, but also
Yeah.
pain in the ass.
Yes, he is.
Like when Avon asked Dana, "Do you know Aurak's most irritating drawback?" She goes, "He's too useful to destroy." He says, "Irritating, isn't it?" Yes. Oh God! All right. So, kindly refrain from using me as He doesn't like to answer questions.
No,
and he knows everything too, and he won't answer questions.
he does.
Yeah, and he's He's manipulative
Mm-hmm.
and
Argumentative.
Yes, and
cantankerous,
and would probably sacrifice the life of anybody in the crew of the Heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So. Love Aurak, but I love it. Now I think about it, I love even more that you called him Oracle. I think that's hilarious. But yes, and that reminds me, the Blake 7 show, it's going to happen soon.
Yay!
I got to get it scheduled this month.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not sure exactly when yet. So.
Yeah, the people who wrote that show were intelligent people who drew from Greek mythology. They pulled through some great science fiction, just some wonderful futurism, and that's the heart of true science fiction, and just some of the most intelligent dialogue in science fiction television history can be found in Blake 7. Yeah, what a great time it is. It is such a great time. I've only watched it once through now, and I have to watch it once through again because I'm actually missing Aurak. I'm missing his little sounds, and I'm missing Avon, and I love that crew, and I love listening to them. The banter, it's such great fun.
It'd be so cool if someone made a Aurak box, and now today you can do like a Raspberry Pi in there and just have all the voices. It'd be so fun if someone did something like that, even Make or something, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And had like a button you could press or just listen over.
Folks, we've been here a long time tonight, so I'm just gonna do something really quickly, and then we're gonna get out of here.
Okay.
We did a proper tribute to the great Neil Adams the other day, but I think just a very brief one here before we get out of here. And I mean very brief. Just say final goodbyes to one of the giants of the industry. As I said the other night, if you turn the entirety of comic book art into a gigantic tapestry made up of all of the comic book art ever since comic books started to exist in 1934, or was it 33? Anyway, till now, and you removed the Neil Adams chunk, you would have one gigantic abyss. And he was one of the most influential comic book artists ever, one of the greatest of all time, up there with the Kirbys and the Ditkos, the Gil Kanes, the Joe Kuberts, the Alex Raymonds, the Hal Fosters, the Will Eisners, so many other names. He's already in my Hall of Fame. So what we'll do is we'll really quickly just show some of his fantastic art, and then we'll get out of here. And we'll show it quickly because Clobberin times just, I guess, Neil meant the world to so many of us, and I just thought, and we did a lot of this the other night, so I just wanted to do it quick because, well, hey,
why not?
Why not? It's just great to look at.
It is.
I'm just
Oh,
and
here's
only take a
another one
minute.
I'll put up. I'm just putting up a few of these nice comments here.
Oh yes.
Oh, I love Superman.
I love this one. Yeah, I've always loved this one.
Nice.
Neil, just what an extraordinary body of work. I have a shirt, a cover of this on a shirt here. One of my favorite Superman covers.
That's a nice one. Nice. Oh, that's some interesting paneling.
Yep.
That's from a newspaper strip from the old classic TV show from the 50s called Ben Casey. One of his first assignments, he did the syndicated newspaper strip. That's from one of the Sunday supplements.
Oh, that's some nice paneling.
He was amazing. I always
He
loved
was
this
a
cover
genius,
here.
See, I know about paneling now because I hang around with Clubby and Marc.
Yeah. It's not wood panels.
Sort of, but it is paneling. Float like a
Oh, that's a
butterfly,
nice Muhammad
sting like a
Ali.
bee.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's a classic. Superman, we are the greatest.
Yeah. And then, of
Cars
course,
in Time.
yes, our Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Yep. This
Right,
is for you,
Turo? Turo
this is
says,
for-
wow. Yeah.
This is for you,
it's-
Jill and Raquel. But
It's pretty nice, hey, Turo?
Yep.
Terrell's here?
Gorgeous.
Someone, yep.
Is Terrell here? Oh, Turo. Okay.
Turo, yeah.
Yep.
So I said Terrell. Sorry. Yep. Neil did a lot of Star Trek.
Did he do all the power records?
He did a bunch of them for
I
Star
wonder
Trek.
if he has the one that I have on my wall. It looks
Probably
like it
so.
was,
You
but
got
yeah.
it. You got it with you.
Yep, it's right on hanging on my wall. I've shown it
I'll let
before. Yep.
I would have to let you know, but yeah, gotta love this page.
Oh, the Pepperoni has a new video up.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Nice.
And there we go.
Beautiful.
Some great work by the late great Neil Adams, who will never be forgotten. So, again, show note, everyone. Tomorrow night we will not have the clubhouse because we just had it tonight.
Yep.
But so for once,
And the reason why is because Clobby is going to be doing something fun
Well, I don't
and
know about
offering
that.
his expertise.
Yeah.
So, well, fun for the audience.
For the audience.
So,
got
Clobby, please tell everyone where you're going to be at tomorrow night because we didn't
Well-
cancel the clubhouse for just, willy nilly. There's a reason. Please tell everyone.
Well, I'll be over on Comics Division's channel with that gang, the Dick's Division gang, as they call him, reviewing the new film, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. And then Friday night, I'll have a Clobby's movie review special where the great Marc D with the C and the great J Man will join me. Hopefully, Deception will join us as well. And we will review 7 p.m. Central on this channel, a thorough review.
With spoilers, I guess, by that point. Yeah.
It'll be full of spoilers. Yeah. Of the film. Thanks for putting the link up. Well, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. So we will be reviewing it CLOBBERIN time style. And then, of course, I don't have a thing made up for it yet, but of course, Saturday night. Don't forget Saturday night Star Trek. But we will be beginning the season 7 of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Wow, we're almost through it, folks.
Others, yeah.
Woo! Ain't that something? Ain't that something?
By
Wow.
fast, yep.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Almost through it. So, well, what can you say? Season 7. Whoop-ee, right? Yeah. So, huh?
Well, we'll see how good the season is, right?
Yeah, we'll see.
We always have fun
So-
no matter what the episode, the good or bad. We
Of course.
have a great time. Yep.
Thank you all so much for being here tonight. It'll be tough to remember everybody, but I'm going to give it a shot, of course. Hungry Boy, brother, thank you so much for being here tonight, buddy. Really appreciate you. Snail Messiah, great to see you here tonight. Ezra Goldstein, thank you. Could not be reached for a further comment. Thank you so much. Decepticon was here earlier. Thank you. And of course, the great J Man. Hope to see them Friday night. Anti-derivative Jill. Love you, Jill. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Apollomies Minion. Thank you for being here. Zen Zoltan. Thank you for being here. Pleasant Valley Picker. Thank you, my friend. Turo. Thank you for being here. Hungry. I said hungry boy. I'll say it again. They're a great hungry boy. Minimus was here earlier. Oliver Belamonte. Matthew Pounder. Let's see who else. McKinney Draws. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. Phantom Outsider, brother. D. Bud Martin, buddy. Kal-El, my friend. Appreciate you. Mr. Angel popped in, I think, for a second earlier. Let's see here. Stuff to get them all. But it's that big of a chat, you know. Oh, the great Cardinal Sin. Thank you so much.
Cardi, yep.
Max Redstone. Had to run, I believe. Let's see who else.
Could not be reached for further comment.
Yeah.
Yes, I got him, but do it again. I'm glad you said that.
No, I was just trying to find a way to jump back in. I had to step away from the microphone for a minute, folks. I do apologize.
No problem.
My puppies have gone wild.
Going
It's
crazy.
the witch.
Puppy's gone wild.
Puppies gone wild. Let's see here. I'm seeing a bunch of. I'm sure there's tons that were here earlier that I may have missed. Everyone, I'm sorry if I've missed anybody, but it looks like got most people. Oh, Monkey Jeebus was here earlier. Yeah,
Monkey
Jeebus.
Jeebus!
Yeah, that's right. Eric Carroll, thank you so much for being
You
here.
said J-Man, right? I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, that's J-Man and
Decepticon.
Decepticon.
Decepticon, yep.
And
Oh,
Matthew
hell yeah.
Pounder.
Oh yeah, Matthew Pounder, big time, absolutely.
Yep.
It usually goes farther, but yeah, there you go. It takes a while, I guess. I like to sing. Oh, Dadman was here earlier. The great
Yeah,
Dadman. And the great
Dadman.
Scuba Pete was here.
Scuba Pete!
The Catman, the 8 D.D. Myers was here. Keely Chow, Roll Tide, Zathras. Yeah, Zathras.
Crap, crap, crap.
Whom else? I'm trying to find who else. Let's see here. Whom else? Max, I already said Max Redstone, but we'll say him again. What the hell?
Yep.
He's worth it. Chris, the great Chris Persia was here tonight. Yay.
Yep.
Pop Culture Republic was here earlier. I think the Comic Relief Crusader was here earlier. Yeah, he did pop in earlier. JD
Mhm.
Lewis. Tim's Talk.
BC was here.
Pleasant Valley? Oh, I
Yep.
definitely got Pleasant Valley. Absolutely.
Yep.
Tim's Talk. Thank you for popping in, sir.
I think we got everybody.
I think we got most of them there. Yeah, JT Kirk was here. We can't forget JT Kirk.
JT Kirk.
Yeah. Now I think we got most people. Got them all.
I hope so, yeah.
Now I feel decent fairly confident that we got most people here. So, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. If we did anyone we did miss, you know it's not on purpose. You know I'm just. Oh, look, see, you never can
Who?
trust yourself. The great Steve Mitchum was here earlier.
Oh, yes.
that's right. Steve
Matt
was
is
here,
Daddy.
Yeah. Minimus was here. We already said that.
And there's only 1 hour left till P-Hard airs. You're not going to watch
Gross.
that, I hope.
Yeah, but I can't. Oh, low spec Linux laptop.
Linux
was here.
laptop, yep.
Yeah.
Grifter was here.
Grifter was
yeah.
here. That's right.
What a
There
big
you
crowd,
Thank
yeah.
you. I can't. Oh, you're the only one that can access that trouble. So.
Yeah. Eric Carroll was there.
I got Eric Carroll.
Yeah, we got Eric.
Yes,
Carroll.
got
I
Eric.
think we
there.
got everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we got it all, folks. We're gonna go with that. Thank
And if
you
we
all
forgot
so
anyone,
much.
no offense meant.
If we got anyone, it's the chief engineer's fault for no particular
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah,
my
it's,
fault.
it's
Yeah.
only because it's a 4-hour conversation. But you know what? We
Yeah.
value every single voice
We
that
do. We'd like to-
enters
like
this
to call
room
everyone
and
out.
joins in that conversation with us. We love you all.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. We'll be back to the regular. Oh, Jill. Thank you, Jill.
There
This
you
week's
go.
episodes are liaisons. Hope they're not too dangerous. Interface and Gambit Part 1 and 2. Thank you so much, wonderful communications officer.
Yes.
We appreciate you. Where? Okay. So, yes, everyone, and again, all over the place, and hope we see you all Saturday night. And please enjoy these important messages and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. Thank you, my friends.